Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this meeting of the Sunshine Coast Regional Camp. I regret I can't be with you in person today. I've come down with a bout of the flu. Tested negative to COVID-19, but I've been laid up for a day or so, so I didn't want to spread it around my colleagues, so I thought I'd deal with the meeting via Teams today. I acknowledge that we also have Councillor Johnson and Councillor O'Prey joining us via Teams, and also Councillor Babarowski, who is still away, is to join us by Teams as well. Councillor Cox will assist me today in the event that there is any loss of contact for whatever reason. I've arranged and Councillor Cox would step in, but also to ensure that everyone's vote today is dealt with appropriately. Councillor Cox will assist me to assure that the number's right. So I ask for everyone's patience today. I want to welcome those who are joining us via live stream and also those who are joining us today in the gallery. We've got a lot of material to get through, so we'll get down to it. I'd like to start, as we do in declaring our meeting open, pass to Councillor David Law to introduce our special guest today to present Welcome to Country. Thank you very much, Councillor Law.
Thank you, and through you, Mr Mayor, I'd like to welcome to the Chamber Dr Hope Ho Chin, also known as Auntie Hope in the community, is a Gubbi Gubbi, Waka Waka, Kaya Guju, Yalinji educator and artist. She holds the vision of inclusion, not exclusion, through respecting the diversities of Australians as hope for Australia's future. And for those of you who are in the chamber today, if you could stand with me for the Welcome to Country.
Wanyanala in Gubbi Gubbi language means welcome. And on behalf of the Gubbi Gubbi Nation, who have occupied this continent for millenniums past, we extend our protocols through ceremonies in welcoming you all here today. One of the welcome countries songs that our people gave in the extension of inviting people into their own communities is one that was written and has been performed right across southeast Queensland by just about all of the First Nations. And you'll hear this same song echoed through the land and at any ceremonies that allows First Nations to be able to do such a really important ceremony. This particular song was written by my great-great-grandfather, who is of the Toolborough and Gubbi Gubbi nations, which also includes the Bachelor. My ancestral heritage and linkage to the Gubbi Gubbi people is also through the Waka Waka nations. The opposite western side of, and that was through my rights as being born on a Cherbourg Aboriginal community, in addition to having connections through one of my other grandparents on the Waka Waka side. And I'm also a part of the Guggalanji Nation and the Koa Nations. I guess, like everybody here today, your history and family connections quite possibly extend worldwide. within our world. And this song goes like this. Gare nami ujmobiron ho gayam manana ya gare nami ujmobiron ho gayam manana ujmobiron. One of the songs that we were gifted as a resident of Cherbourg, growing up through the dormitory systems, to us as the Waka Waka people, was from the Torres Strait Islands. Our connections were cemented through the relationships that were brought upon us by world happenings, with the First World War and the Second World War, when the Torres Strait Islands, the people, were sent to the mainland for their safety and preservation. And this song was given to me and our family and our community from the 5 language nations of the Torres Strait Islands, and it sung like this. Im it's a very oh, it's a very Jango by saya bonyo. Oh, you're my hurry home. And it was a call by a combination of First Nations on the mainland and the Torres Strait Islands to call back our people from serving in the First and the Second World Wars, and from every subsequent wars that have ever happened where Australians were needed in times of world crisis. Korea, Vietnam, you name all of the wars. Our people have always been a part of that. And that's what sometimes could have been forgotten in the historical journey when First Nations and other people came to this country and stayed here. If I could now use the PowerPoint, and I'll invite everybody to be able to sit while I'm just given a couple of minutes. Is that okay? Thank you. Diverse nations, coexistence, sacred promise with obligation, this land for all living things, since time began. Imprints by law, through law, mapped waters, the sky, our land, sustained life and living, Australia's spirit, believing. First Nations compacts, belonging to country, that's spiritual, no trespassing, no squatting, respecting. Harmonious treaties, millenniums past, welcome those that visited, pristine country, country belong gubby-gubby, knowing. First Nations watch from shores. Ships came, looked, traded, went. Tall ships from 1770 to 1788 Smoke talk of newcomers staying. One of the gifts that the 1770 fleet gave to our people was the name of the Glasshouse Mountains, Terra Nullius Invasion, and of course quite a number of other places here. 1770, just up the way, your neighbours. Possession Island, that's where the flag of the possession of Australia was planted on the shores under the guise or under the proclamation of Terra Nullius, which declared that all Indigenous people and First Nations on this continent no longer existed. We became the invisible people, shadow people. So that meant, because there was no human beings living on this continent could be taken. There was fair game for everybody. In Terra Nullius, invasion, pillage, exploration, pioneers, settlement, exploitation. First Nations fell. Going. In 1901, when Australia became a republic of the Great Britain, and under the process of federation, this established what we now recognise as our Australian federal government. And therefore, in governing Australia, the Constitution was written up in 1901. And in that Constitution, First Nations people, lives changed. States and territories had a right to be able to manage the lives of First Nations people. It wasn't until a little bit later that we could stand up and say that we were people or citizens of Australia. So First Nations lands, genocide people, culture, survivors institutionalised on missions and reserves as inmates. Being one of those inmates, I full well know what it was like on those places. There was a contradiction of the love of our people and the continued practice of sharing and caring that sometimes conflicted with the way in which government policies and legislations ruled our lives. And of course, in that ruling, there were some really absolutely beautiful people who managed our lives. And the way in which we felt was absolute loyalty to those people. And we would stand up and we would defend them at all costs, despite being prisoners in that situation. Funnily enough, I was telling one of the the person who drove me here this morning, you know, a little bit of a story about how there was an enormous effort to educate people about who we really were. And it was through programs such as the Bush Children's, working in conjunctions with the people that managed our lives, that enabled us as First Nations children to go and be billeted out for short visits, you know. And that's where we felt that there was a different life outside of the mission empowerment to what we experienced in Cherbourg. There was a different life out there. And one of the people that I stayed with, they were Dutch people, and he had a business, a hairdressing business in Brunswick Street down the valley. And he, sometimes his daughter and I would go and visit. And he'd say to me, Hope, sit up there on the stool now. Because he did the hairstyles, I'm pretty sure, of some of the most important people in Brisbane at the time. And there were lavish styles, but one of the most important things he taught me was how to cut hair. So when I went back to Cherbourg, in sharing my new skills with Cherbourg, I had to cut all of the hair of all of the boys in the dormitory, all of the girls in the girls' dormitory, and anybody else who came down and wanted a haircut. And this was when I just started high school. I had blisters all over my fingers from cutting hair because they were lining up, because I had the newest styles that was, you know, around at the time. And I remember one of the managers, he would never ever go to anyone else except come down to me to get his hair cut. And that's, you know, that's the anomaly of our situation. When in the meantime, we had to get permits. For me living in the dormitory, I had to get a permit. I used to have to go, even though my parents were the house parents of the Cherbourg boys' dormitory, I still had to go down to the matron's office, get a permit that allowed me to go and visit family up in the camp area. So I guess what operated in Cherbourg was maximum security, medium and low security boundaries or areas. And if you went back in time from those missions, then you were absolutely in trouble. I may have to start this again, eh? Oh, just as well I got a driver there. Thank you very much. Next. I think that's a hint generally for us. Our hope in us, in you. Loyalty was of the utmost to us for those who were with us and those we cared for. The droplets of waters from the corner of our eyes trickled down her face as she watched and remembered on Anzac Day. The last host played by the lonely soldier, illuminated by the glow of the soft lights lighting the towers around the circle of remembrance. Our hope in us, in you. In unison all stood and remembered those lost, their sons, their daughters, their fathers, their mothers. They too faced the towers in defence of country. and spirit of loved ones. Where the crow was once heard, another time, another place. Our hope in us, in you. But all just the same as was then and is now. We remember, instead of just one, the thousands that fell on shores where poppies still grow to remind us of living. We remember our dead, adorned by the red. Their sacrifice for many, our hope in us, in you. She cries for family, Australians defending the blue on foreign shores. Remembering 2 First Nations fell on those very shores. It made sense to honour, defend their people, their country. Responsive love of people and country, they gave their lives. Our hope in us, in you. She cries for folk. She mourns and remembers First Nations and diggers, truly. As the droplets of tears caress her cheeks and trickle down, she cries for the colours, black, red, yellow and green on the shores of our ancestors, in us, in country. Their spirits still living, being true. We stand together to show respect, First Nation and all, for us on country, this country on which we live, Gubbi Gubbi, Australia. Thank you. I'm not going to say those. I will end. How do I turn this off? Right. Thank you. Appreciate it. I think we need to stand because we do so. Today is a very, very special day. It's a day in which our people have declared that it's a time to remember all those who were here with us, who have fought for generations in trying to bring the voice of Australia's First Nation into the conversation of Australia.
Thank you very much.
1 minute silence, is that okay, Chairperson?
Yes, well, I was just going to ask Councillor Law, in remembering National Sorry Day, that we stand for a minute silence, please.
Oops, sorry.
Tony Eels, Kevin Smith or to others.
Sorry, Beth. How appropriate, sorry.
Thank you very much. I now ask the Chamber to remain standing as I invite Pastor Rodney Job from the Church on the Rise at Maleny to read the opening prayer. Thank you very much, Pastor Rodney.
Mayor Jamieson, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. The focus of my prayer today reminds me of my birthday. I was born on the 5th of the 5th, 55, at 5 a.m. They're all fives, and there are 5 fives. The number 5 means grace or favour, or in Aussie language, help. When I was born, I think God looked over the balcony of heaven and said, that boy is going to need a lot of help. We all need help. And today, the focus of my prayer is that God will favour us, will bless us, will heal our land, and that his favour will be upon this business session today. So let's pray. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for our civic leaders and their families, for the gifts and calling in life that they take responsibility for. We thank you for the role and responsibility that they have taken so people can have a place to call home. Thank you for this beautiful region of the Sunshine Coast and all that has been done and achieved over the years to build a community where people can live, work and play. So today we pray your favour on the business to be discussed and decisions to be made. We pray that you would give clarity and thought and focus to our councillors. We pray for innovative ideas to solve difficult problems and challenges. We pray for strength and wisdom to carry out the objectives and vision for this city. So today we pray, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. And I pray the Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. Amen. God bless you today. The sun is shining, so have a good day.
Thank you very much, Pastor Rodney. We appreciate your kind words. Please be seated. I've already done the record of attendance. I'll move to item 4, which is the receipt of the confirmation of the minutes of the previous meeting. If I can have someone move that, please.
Moved Councillor Joe, seconded Councillor Hungerford.
Thank you. All those in favour?
All hands in the air, Mayor.
Okay, that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. There is no mayoral minute. Item 6, councillors, I would like to draw to your attention that on 12th of October 2020, amendments to the Local Government Act 2009 and Local Government Regulation 2012 came into force. The amendments include the new Chapter 5B, which sets out new legislative requirements for dealing with councillors' conflicts of interest in local government matters. These arrangements will apply as to how we manage these matters at this meeting. So should you have a prescribed conflict of interest or a declarable conflict of interest, please raise that before the item is dealt with. There is no procedural motion. We'll move to item 7, which is presentations, of which we have 2. The first of those is the Airport Project Board, and I'll call forward Ross Orman to just provide detail on that. Thank you, Ross.
Mayor, we might just have Councillor Hungerford present this award, if that's okay.
Right, okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it gives me great pleasure to recognise this award today. This award is yet another win for the Sunshine Coast Airport Expansion Project. This award is the project's most prestigious honour yet. The Institute of Public Works Engineers Australasia recently hosted the International Public Works Conference in Adelaide. where the airport expansion project took home the prize for the best public works project over $5 million, due to its innovation and benefit to the community. This category spanned all of Australasia and considered approximately 50 projects that were completed over the previous 2-year period. Since the airport's expansion completion, it has won 3 statewide awards, 2 national awards, and now the Australasian Award. I'd like everyone to join me in congratulating all those involved. And today we have Tom and Ross to accept this award, and with great pleasure I recognise it and present it.
I'm aware that Councillor Craig would also like to speak to this.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I too, unfortunately I can't be there today, but I too would like to congratulate particularly Ross Allman and Tom Jamieson, our staff that put this together over many, many years and many, many hiccups and many, many bumps in the road to produce one of our greatest pieces of infrastructure that the Sunshine Coast Council has ever put together for the community. Yet, knowing that COVID's played an integral role in the lack of use of the runway, I think that in the next year or so we'll see the airport runway used at an enormous rate of percentage of growth, and of course with the visitations that's going to come to this region. I too, like Ted, would like to congratulate all the staff that were involved in the construction and the development of the Sunshine Coast Airport, and congratulate Tom and Ross particularly on such a wonderful, wonderful job. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you, Councillor O'Prey. Are there any further speakers? Okay, I'll assume that Councillor Hungerford moving and Councillor O'Prey seconding. Put the motion to the vote. All those in favour?
All hands are in the air here.
That's
and
carried.
Councillor Johnson. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much and congratulations to everyone. Item 2 is the Sunshine Coast Recreation Parks Plan Award, and we have in the chamber Nick Coluccia, John Paul Bonham and Robin Douglas to present this award. Thank you.
Yep, Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Through the chair, it gives me great pleasure to present this award to the team today. The Parks Plan is a roadmap for parks on the Sunshine Coast, and the plan supports Council's commitment to preserving spaces and parks to promote a healthy lifestyle and environment. The plan ensures that the community values are reflected in our design, management, operations and maintenance of our parks. I know extensive work went into the preparation of the plan and extensive community consultation, and it was a really great addition to our strategic plans for the council, so I congratulate the team today.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Happy for you to move. Do we have a seconder, please?
I'm happy to second that one, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. All those in favour?
All hands here in the chamber up.
That's carried unanimously, and congratulations to our staff on their wonderful work. Councillors, we'll move on to item 8.1, which is the Sunshine Coast Corporate Plan 2022 to 26. And invite Luke Flanagan to give us a presentation. Thank you, Luke.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Councillors. Today I present to you the Sunshine Coast Corporate Plan 2022 to 2026 for your consideration. This document is proposed to supersede the previous corporate plan that covered the periods 2021 to 2025 and set that blueprint for us to advance our vision over the next 5 years. The corporate plan is an important document. It sets a 5-year blueprint for our council and is the primary strategic document that's required by legislation. It has a close synergy with our long-term planning set between our community strategy, our environment and livability strategy, and our regional economic development strategy. Through this alignment, it connects our long, medium and short-term planning, which allows us to allocate our resources through our annual processes, our operational plan, our budget, and then allocate responsibility for delivery through our branch and individual plans. As part of good corporate planning process, each year we complete an annual review, and this document that you see today is the outcome of that review. In terms of the structure of the document, nothing has changed. Our vision remains the same as Australia's most sustainable region, healthy, smart, creative. Our purpose has been maintained to serve our community with excellence, respect our past and position our region for the future. The 5 goals set a balanced outlook for the future through our 3 regional goals, and then underpinned by our 2 organisational goals of service excellence and outstanding organisation. In terms of what has changed in the document, it's largely around changes in our operating environment, some key announcements by both council and outside of council that reflect some really important directions that are embedded into our budget and planning processes for the next 5 years. Of significance is the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games and the opportunities this brings to the region. The expansion of the Sunshine Coast Stadium, a key piece of infrastructure supporting this and other events on the Sunshine Coast. Key collaboration with key partners, particularly around community safety, including domestic and family violence, as well as the business case for the mass transit solution. Our waste services have been reflected in terms of their important role in delivering our environment and livability outcomes, particularly around waste diversion elements that incorporate our green waste bins, but also education programs which seek to take waste away from landfill. And this has also been supported in the corporate plan by a progress indicator which will allow us to monitor that year on year and inform our annual review processes as well. In terms of our organisational goals, there has been a real focus on developing an outstanding organisational strategy, but an understanding that to achieve this, service excellence is a really critical element in putting our community and our customers at the centre of everything we do, and they have now been integrated into a priority for one strategy. Our Advancing Our Region map has also been updated, and this map is a combination of those sort of region-shaping projects, whether they're in the delivery stage or in the advocacy stage. And there has been quite a few changes since the last corporate plan, which really shows how well council is working with different elements of our community, industry and tiers of government to progress these projects. The main changes are the inclusion of the Olympics, which we had already discussed briefly. There's also an increased focus on some of the key transport connections, with the inclusion of the Behaviour to Maroochydore rail, as well as the Behaviour to Nambour rail upgrade, the Mooloolaba River interchange, and a continued focus on the mass transit solution. In terms of those other projects which have really progressed since the last adoption of the corporate plan, and have gone into new stages of their project life cycle. The Sunshine Coast Hospital has been updated to reflect the broader opportunities around the health precinct. The airport runway expansion, as we just heard, has been completed and received some great awards, and now has moved the focus to the master planning to leverage the opportunities from that area. The international broadband network has now landed and has a landing station in Maroochydore, and the focus has moved to leveraging the opportunities to really, build on that digital connectivity. The Maroochydore CBD has been updated to reflect this as our new Olympic and Paralympic Games city, as well as recognising the significant investment that Walker Corporation has made in the city and the opportunities that brings for the region into the future. That's the extent of the changes that we found through our annual review process. and have been reflected in the Corporate Plan 2022 to 2026, which is in front of you today, to set the blueprint to advance our vision over the next 5 years.
Thank you, Luke. Can I have someone move that, please?
Councillor Suarez, happy to move, and Councillor Hungerford, second.
Thank you very much, councillors. Would you like to open, Councillor Suarez?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you. This corporate plan was endorsed just over a year ago in February of 2021, and the changes that are being presented today, I guess, reflect a significant amount of change in our environment and community, and the significant decisions that Council has made in response to those. I'm pleased to see these additions added to our corporate plan, and I think it's only going to make our organisation and our response to those initiatives much stronger and much better. So I'm pleased to support this report and hope that my colleagues do as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, through the Chair. And yes, I'd just like to congratulate Council on the corporate plan as it aligns with our operational plan as a 5-year document. Just a couple of things to touch on as we move forward. An exciting time for us on the Sunshine Coast here with emerging technologies, and especially leveraging off our sea cable. The launch of the Sunshine Coast Tech Alliance was a great acquisition for the Sunshine Coast here. By 2026, Deloitte Access Economics forecast over 1 million people in Australia will be employed in data analytics, and obviously that is such a time as we are really pushing forward with that. We see investment coming on the Sunshine Coast on the back of the Maroochydore City Centre, and look forward to the rest of our, I'm sure the rest of our council here will endorse this document today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you for the great work staff have done in regards to preparing this corporate plan. It's obviously a main document that drives everything that council does. It is the document that the organisation holds as the highest document that we have. And I just want to be given an absolute assurance, Madam CEO, that we have not predetermined outcomes that lead this corporate plan, where the community may not necessarily be reflected in where we are going. And I just want to read a paragraph on page 35 of 231, in the last paragraph of that page, where it says, Council will prepare the next planning scheme for the Sunshine Coast that will integrate the outcomes of the state and local planning projects and initiatives, as well as consultation with our community to provide a comprehensive framework for managing growth in a way that supports the council's and the community's vision for the Sunshine Coast. Now, I am aware that through the regional plan, that the decision for the future was that 62% of our population would be infill. That decision obviously has implications on our built environment, our built suburbs. And I understand that and feel that a lot of those are going to be pushed along that corridor where the mass transit framework is going to be. And I know that the community has never really been asked whether they support that. I don't see anywhere where that question has ever been asked to the community, do you actually support the strategy? Yet, we're building our planning scheme, we're building a corporate plan, we're building everything on a presumption that this is how we're going to manage growth in the future. And I still feel that there's one missing part that goes right back to when the regional plan was formed, was does the community actually support this? I don't see that, and yet we build this document that leads this organisation down a pathway which I'm not absolutely convinced the community supports. The discussions that I've had in my community, certainly I feel they do not support this. And there is a fear that council will and has predetermined the outcome. And even though there's public consultation being foreshadowed here, that part of the consultation may just be part of a process of legitimising a framework that isn't necessarily supported by our community. And so I still have apprehensions about the process and ultimately, I suppose, the legitimacy of us being able to move strongly and build that framework into our corporate plan that may not necessarily be reflective of the community's views about their infill targets as well as where the infill goes. I know the community strongly voice their opinion against light rail as being the options, not against mass transit, but against light rail itself. So hopefully, for the community's sake, that if the community through the planning scheme sends a very clear message that they do not support the strategy, the council is prepared to listen to them and maybe go back to the drawing board and rethink about our settlement patterns here on the Sunshine Coast. So I would hope that, Madam CEO, that we can be very confident as we progress forward that we are truly reflecting the views of our community that we're supposed to be representing.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli.
Through you,
I understand.
Mr. Mayor, would you like me to respond to that?
Please, Madam CEO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and councillors, we have probably got a little bit off track of what the intent of the corporate plan is here today. The corporate plan is highlighting all of our plans and what we are strategically trying to do over the next 5 years. Whilst I note your comments, Councillor Natoli, around a specific part of that, all the way through my time here and the recent council meetings, we've recently endorsed our community engagement plan, which talks to how we approach our various types of consultation. We have talked to our planning scheme and how we're approaching that, and in fact that we're going above and beyond in our planning scheme for consultation, adding in extra consultation periods that are not required by any form of our approach to the planning scheme. So I hope that all of you are recognising the efforts that we're making towards that. I will just note that our roles in the work that we do are listening to the community for sure today and listening to communities, but it's the community for now and for the future, recognising that a planning scheme goes out to 2041. Some of the people who will live in this region probably haven't even been born yet and will be undergoing and taking the benefits of what happens in that planning scheme. So it's a very much a future-looking consideration, and we'll be taking into account lots of things, including the future demographics and future considerations of what will be happening with things like climate change and a whole range of things as we have to think about what happens in the future of that planning scheme. So I hope that answers the question specifically, but I think today we're focusing on the notion of our corporate plan and the very things we need to guide us over the next 5 years to put our community in as strong a position as possible and take on the directions of the current council.
Thank you, Madam CEO. I understand Mr. Matheson wants to speak to the item. Thank you, Mr. Matheson.
Through the Mayor, just very briefly, I guess if I can just add one additional component to the comments from the CEO and Councillor Natoli, you raised a very valid point. The population forecasts and the settlement pattern in terms of the dwellings that are required to be accommodated within the Sunshine Coast are set through the development of the South East Queensland Regional Plan, which is a separate and distinct process from the development of Council's planning scheme. And Council, of course, has input into that, and there are a myriad of consultation and engagement points along the way in the context of the development of the South East Queensland Regional Plan. I guess if I can provide you some level of assurance, in the context of our corporate plan, which is what Council is considering today, the corporate plan in no way erodes or undermines the important community advocacy role that Council plays on everything that it discharges. And in fact, if anything, what the corporate plan does is actually showcases that as an integral component of council's role in that sense. So while setting those population forecasts for the region, the dwelling requirements and the settlement pattern is really derived through a process that we are a part of but do not lead. The important advocacy role that council plays on behalf of its community is in no way diminished through that process.
Thank you, Mr. Matheson. From what I can see, there are no further speakers. I have a question, however, for Luke, and that is, Luke, in the time since our last corporate plan, there's been quite a bit of change. I just want to make sure that you think we've appropriately recognised some of those big developments, and the three I've looked to are the Olympic and Paralympic Games in 2032, the recognition of the existence of the climate emergency, the reduced funding from the federal government via financial assistance grants, which have been quite considerable in our case. Do you think we've adequately dealt with those?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the decisions of Council and broader impacts on the operating environment have been considered in depth through this review process. There is, so in terms of the Olympics, there's definitely, it's reflected, but that'll definitely probably be strengthened in a future review as we sort of plan more around our delivery in that space. The declaration around the climate emergency, there was wording to, we've strengthened wording with environment and livability is probably the response. Funding has been recognised, but it's probably an area again that through our next review, in terms of our narrative, we will strengthen. There is definitely priorities around seeking that funding and strengthening our approach to funding in the document.
Well, I'm pleased you answered that because, 10 years we'll receive $32 million less, at least from the federal government, than what we've received in the past. So that will have to be found elsewhere. Okay, are there any further speakers? Councillor Law?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess just before I speak, a quick question following from your own inquiries. Clearly, the City Hall coming to its completion and having a significant impact on our workforce and workplaces over the coming 2 to 3 years. That question around, are we certain that we've got enough strength in here to support the changes that will happen here in Caloundra and also the changes that will need to happen and occur in the Nambour precinct of our Nambour operations as well?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, our workplaces and workforce is recognised in the corporate plan and the importance, I guess, of building capability and capacity. In terms of those specific centres, the real mention of those, I guess, is cascaded into the operational planning process, and so they are all covered as priorities in the proposed operational plan for next year. So through those two documents working together, there is a strong recognition of that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the answer and confirming what I thought I read in the plan. And certainly when I read through the environment livability part of it, following on from our meeting in November last year, I'm certainly satisfied with the strengthening in our environment space and the work that's going on there, subject to our other reports that are coming to us in the near future. So I'll certainly be supporting the plan, the adoption of the plan today, and hope that we can get that through and start our work towards what we need to achieve in the next 4 years. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Law. If there are no further speakers, I'll go back to Councillor Suarez if you wish to close, Councillor.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Luke, I might just ask one question before I close, and that is referring to the paragraph that Councillor Natoli read out. That was not a change from the February 2021 report?
No, that's not a change.
Thank you. I'd just like to remind everyone that that 2021 report for the original corporate plan was unanimously carried at the February ordinary meeting, and that today the officer's recommendation is that we receive and note the report, we adopt the Sunshine Coast Corporate Plan 22-26, and we authorise the Chief Executive Officer to make those minor administrative changes. So in essence, Councillor Natoli, I commend you on raising an issue again that is important to yourself and to your community, but this report is really just about the changes from the February report that we all endorsed. And I hope that everyone supports it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. We'll put the motion to the vote.
That's carried with all hands in the air in the chamber, and I can see hands up, except Councillor Winston. We can't see what he's doing online. Might need to turn on your camera, Councillor. And yes.
Okay, that's carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll move to item 8.2, which is quarterly progress report. And I'll request our CEO to open this presentation, and then it will be passed on to various directors, and we'll take questions and commentary at the end. Thank you very much, Madam CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, I present to you this morning our quarterly report for quarter 3 of 21-22. The year is going very quickly. This quarterly report goes and highlights several key achievements made by Council and provides some great insight, particularly to how important Council's partnerships are with our community, our local businesses and many other stakeholders to keep our region safe, productive and sustainable. Our productive partnerships are crucial in our achievement of our vision to be Australia's most sustainable region, healthy, smart and creative. And this has been particularly evident in this last quarter due to severe weather events that we experienced. And I did want to take the opportunity to recognise all of our staff across the organisation, our disaster management partners and our key stakeholders. It takes a real village to respond to the disaster that we see from time to time in the Sunshine Coast, and every one of those people were very dedicated to the region's recovery efforts. Our staff, you know, they go the extra mile all the time when we have these disasters, and I know sometimes they are affected by them themselves and are still out there continuing to protect our community. So I really thank them for the work that they've done. In late February and early March, our region was inundated with heavy rain from a weather system that caused significant impact across the Sunshine Coast. Council activated the local disaster management group with our state government partners, established the Field Coordination Centre to immediately respond to damaged infrastructure and hazards, and converted the Nambour Showgrounds to an evacuation centre to provide refuge for any resident in harm's way. Of interest, we also partnered with the University of Sunshine Coast to open an evacuation centre there, responding to the fact that the Bruce Highway was cut into locations that meant travellers who are travelling through our region may not have somewhere to go. And that was done at very short effort. Our teams worked with Volunteering Sunshine Coast to coordinate and support to remove flood-damaged goods from affected properties. And we participated in the local services recovery group with key community agencies and service providers to assist and monitor social impacts and recovery needs of communities requiring additional support. At the last count, more than 80 landslips and 1,000 items of damaged or destroyed roads and stormwater infrastructure was reported, equating to almost $5 million damage in our region. These figures continue to climb weekly as we prepare our claim to the Queensland Reconstruction Authority to recover costs for the emergency and immediate reconstruction works and the clean-up undertaken by our crews. This has been a huge undertaking, and I thank again our employees, contractors, volunteers and partners who are playing a role in collecting and compiling all of that information. Unfortunately, the weather events have also had a severe impact on our capital program. The severe weather and flooding resulted in many of our council's projects losing significant delivery time, as project sites were either not accessible, many of our teams or they were actually flooded themselves. Many of our teams refocused their work on keeping our community safe as part of the disaster recovery efforts. Our capital program was already being impacted by challenges beyond our control, and I think I reported that at last quarter's report. We have rising material costs, resource availability and material supply, and despite our best efforts to recover lost time where practical and feasible, it's likely that the completion of some projects will carry over into the next financial year. There were, however, some positive moments during the March quarter, during which time we saw the announcement of the SEQ City deal, which commits $35.3 million to the Sunshine Coast Blue Heart project, which is a strategic priority for Council and ensures our Maroochydore River catchment will continue to play its flood storage role and maintain its rich biodiversity well into the future. Economic Development Queensland also gave the green light for 2 new developments in our Maroochydore City Centre, these being a 15-storey commercial office building on the corner of First Avenue and South Sea Islander Way, which will be delivered by the Walker Corporation, and an 8-storey private hospital on Mundu Boulevard to be delivered by Barwon Health, with construction of this building commencing in May. So 2 incredible buildings coming up in our city centre. They are very important for our city centre and continue to show that attraction of investors within that area, especially with so much interest in our own Olympic and Paralympic city. This conference has also seen an increased development assessment activity. Since 2019, the Council has experienced a 30% increase in the total development applications lodged. And whilst this level of investment interest is great, what it has also done is put a pressure on our ability to meet the statutory assessment timeframes. Our team, led by our new Group Executive, Deborah Robinson, are working hard to put in place measures to streamline some of our practices without impacting on the quality or integrity of our assessment work. I'm fortunate enough to meet many people in my role, and I continue to be inspired by the individuals and groups within our communities that continue to go the extra mile to care and support those around them. On 27th of March 2022, Council marked the 20th anniversary of Neighbourhood Day by asking residents to share their story about their great neighbours. Never before have these connections been more important, with many people relying on the generosity and support of others in times of isolation, illness and loneliness. We received a great response to the campaign and I encourage everyone to head to Council's website to read the many inspiring stories of our own local heroes. Finally, Council continues to remain resolute in our commitment for our Reconciliation Action Plan. And this quarter we commenced working with Cubby Cubby and Uniborough businesses to pilot a new program for 450 employees to participate in face-to-face training and local on-country experiences. The program is designed to deepen First Nations cultural awareness and continue to develop cultural capability in our workplace that promotes respect and values the skills, experience and perspectives of our First Nations people. And I've had the great privilege of doing one of those on-country sessions myself and continue to learn every day from our First Nations people. I will now invite our group executives to come up and talk about their respective responsibilities, and I'll start with Mr. Hadrell from our Livability and Natural Assets area. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Look, further to the CEO's overview, there's a few of the achievements from the quarter specifically relating to our environment livability goal of Council, that are worth drawing attention to. The CEO mentioned the commitment of the $35.3 million from the South East Queensland City Deals arrangement to the Blue Heart. And I think that's worth a bit of a further mention. The criticality of that site for management of the natural floodplain is something that can't be underestimated within our community. And I think we all observed during the flood event of February and March this year, the absolute significant role that Blue Heart location played in filling up, storing and slowing the movement of water into the Maroochydore River system, and in doing so helping to protect our downstream communities from flood effects. The further announcement, or the announcement of the City Deal's contribution to the Blue Heart project, for mine is absolute recognition of the significance of that location to the Sunshine Coast and our future community, but is also a significant example of preparing our community for the changing climate that is well and truly ahead of us, but also leveraging the opportunities that might come with it, and in this instance, exploring and researching the opportunities around blue carbon sequestration, which provides an opportunity for offsetting carbon emissions, both for Council and also private residents within the region. While on the subject of climate change, and since recognising a climate emergency in November 2021, Council has been collaborating with Noosa Shire Council. We've been working in partnership with Noosa through the Regional Climate Action Roadmap project. So it's a state government LGAQ project, and it's providing the opportunity to have conversations with our community around what are the forecast impacts of climate change on our community. On our communities, on our people, on our infrastructure, on our assets. And what are some of the things that we can be doing at a high level to help prepare ourselves and our communities to the impact of climate change. The outcomes of that piece of work is progressing well and will help to the respective councils, both ourselves and Noosa, in preparing for and responding to the impacts of climate change. The flood event has been touched on by the CEO. It's worth sort of drawing attention to from the perspective of environment and livability goal of council. There was a significant amount of assistance provided to landholders around environmental issues, including water quality, sediment and erosion control issues, dealing with the likes of invasive aquatic weed removal from waterways that accumulated during the flood event with some of the activities undertaken. Also really would like to highlight the really proactive response taken along our coastline in particular. The effects of the flood event and the debris, including pontoons and other large pieces of debris that came out of the Brisbane River, was strewn along respective coastlines. And I was really pleased with the proactive and early response our staff took in taking an assessment approach and removal of that debris from our beaches so they could be returned to the community in a safe way as soon as possible. The clean-up process following the floods was absolutely contributed to and built upon on the Clean Up Australia Day, which was held on the 6th of March, where we had some 640 residents from schools, community groups, businesses and just individuals coming along to help with the ongoing clean-up of flood waste and debris from our waterways and beach areas. And while talking about the waste that was collected, it would be remiss of me not to mention the clean-up efforts and how they were supported by the free general waste and green waste disposal that was provided by Council for a period of 10 days following the flood event. A significant level of support was provided to our community through that period of time, with circa about $500,000 worth of support of equivalent fees provided to support our residents with the disposal of general and green waste during that period of time. Not all bad though. While the significant rainfall event was presented its challenges, it was also a really timely reminder for us around the proactive approach that this council has taken for many years around erosion and sediment control practices. And during the quarter, I'm pleased to advise that council's ongoing focus was strengthened further with the establishment of a regional erosion and sediment education and trial program, referred to as RESET. Basically a program that was set up to help demonstrate, showcase and test the various erosion and sediment control options and solutions that are available for council practices. These have been tested on site and they were well and truly tested during the February and March rainfall event and continue to do so. It's also providing a significant education opportunity for the training of our staff, both field and office-based, around what is best practice erosion and sediment control and what works best for our region. So that is in place. It's a first and it's something that we're really proud of, and it's gaining attention outside of the council with both private industry and other levels of government sort of coming to the site and wanting to come to the site to help put their staff through. So in time that'll generate a region-wide improvement in erosion and sediment control practices, which will be a great benefit to our waterways. Look, just in closing, a few other sort of achievements from the quarter that are worth drawing some attention to. During the quarter, we had the installation of turtle-sensitive, motion-activated streetlights at Yandina and Majimba beaches to assist with turtle hatchling success. In March, council purchased almost 100 hectares of Godfrey Road, so just north of the Maroochydore River, as part of our ongoing contributions and establishment of our sports and recreation network to support our current and future communities. In the construction area, work commenced on the $1.5 million streetscape upgrade, Blackall Street in Mumbai, and to keep the design process rolling, in March 2022, Council commenced the community consultation on the draft Yandina streetscape design for Memorial Drive. So a lot happening and a lot on the books to keep the design and future projects coming our way. So through you, Mr Mayor, that's the update for the Environment Livability Goal of Council, and I'll now hand over to Mr Greg Laverty.
Thank you, Bill.
Mr Mayor, there are plenty of reasons to be optimistic about the future of the Sunshine Coast economy, especially with the strong international focus on the region during the last quarter. We saw a two-day Sunshine Coast International Forum where 45 delegates from 35 different countries got to see firsthand what the region has to offer. Some of the key follow-ups out of that forum included education, international sporting programs with the University of the Sunshine Coast. Kenya and Zimbabwe expressed a strong interest in having further conversations about marathon events and athletes, both with a view to the 2032 Games, but also other pre-event activities, and hopefully some world-class athletes competing at the Sunshine Coast Marathon between now and 2032. In January, the Sunshine Coast was named as the #1 most loved destination on the planet. That award was on the basis of 1.6 billion online conversations and comments across 21,000 locations across the globe. The enviable lifestyle, welcoming community and natural assets were identified as the key things that set the Sunshine Coast apart from other regions around the globe. The Sunshine Coast was named as one of the Smart 21 communities, the 8th time that the region has received that recognition. The International Community Forum researches information and communication technology and how local communities benefit from the use of that in arriving at their decision about naming those Smart 21 communities. The Qantas Australian Tourism Awards were held on the Sunshine Coast for the first time. Securing that event was a partnership between Council, Visit Sunshine Coast and Sunshine Coast Airport. Holding these prestigious awards on the Sunshine Coast was an ideal opportunity to showcase the region, but also to prove up our credentials about holding national industry events. There were nearly 700 people at the awards, more than 400 of those from interstate, which saw the Narrows accommodation win the Gold Award for the best hosted accommodation in Australia. On a more local level, the Pelican Waters Marina saw the turning of the first sod on what will become a fully serviced marina and boat stacking facility by the end of the year, the first such offering on the Sunshine Coast in more than 30 years. There's a $15 million capital build involved, and when that is completed, we expect an estimated 60 local jobs to be created out of that development. Sunshine Council has worked very hard about encouraging industry to collaborate and work together, and I think most people would be aware of the food and agribusiness network that represents that industry sector. More recently, we've seen the very successful launch of the Sunshine Coast Tech Industry Alliance, but one of the other industry groups that's starting to gain quite a bit of momentum is the Manufacturing Excellence Forum. Council supported an event that happened in the last quarter that had focus on robotics, the Internet of Things and digitalisation. There were 60 people attended that forum and the feedback has been excellent on that forum. Coincidentally, the next event for the Manufacturing Excellence Forum is being held tonight at the Batinia headquarters for Grease Boss. So as well as people getting together, and it's an opportunity to farewell and wish Grease Boss all the best as they head to Germany tonight as a finalist in the Innovation World Cup. That's an outstanding achievement for a local manufacturing firm, and it's one of a growing number of high-tech manufacturing firms that are calling the Sunshine Coast home. One of the other groups that started some work is the Sunshine Coast Gaming Industry Working Group, which is a joint effort between Council, Screen Queensland, the University of the Sunshine Coast and industry representatives that will look to develop a gaming strategy for the Sunshine Coast. Finally, on the economic space, Council signed the Queensland Small Business Friendly Charter during the quarter. By signing the quarter, Council recommits its efforts to ensure that small businesses are front of mind in our decision-making process. And I think it's worthy of note in relation to that charter that the Sunshine Coast Charter has got the most partner signatures of any charter across Queensland. Turning to a strong community, Mr Mayor, there were 91,000 people who attended community events across our community venues during the quarter, 172,000 visited our libraries, and 228,000 people utilised our aquatic facilities. During the quarter, the Sunshine Coast celebrated the vibrant and diverse region with Harmony Week, which happened in March and had a focus of Everyone Belongs. In collaboration with the Sunshine Coast Multicultural Network and the Nambour Community Centre, Council coordinated a week-long program of community conversations, events and workshops, and we invited the community to experience and explore the diverse community and the cultural diversity of the Sunshine Coast. As the CEO mentioned, we've now got 95% of our staff who have been through the First Nations Cultural Awareness Training. So for a large organisation with many people in the field, to get to 95% is a significant achievement, and now we've increased that to include face-to-face training and the on-country experiences that the CEO talked about earlier. As well, during the quarter we saw a change to our flags policy, and now we actually see the Aboriginal flag fly permanently at both the Caloundra and Nambour administration buildings. During the quarter, there were a number of our libraries who extended the weekday opening hours to provide greater access to our services outside working hours. 13 creative practitioners shared in $61,000 worth of regional arts development funding. RADF is a long-standing partnership between the Queensland Government and Council, and the funding is aimed to provide pivotal support to emerging artists, creative practitioners and developers. The Creative Incubator Refinery 4.0 received 70 applications during the quarter. Of those, 25 undertook an online boot camp, and there were a final selection of 15 that will go through the entire program, which started on the 29th of March. Finally, during the quarter we saw the commencement of the inaugural Historian in Residence program, where two separate historians will undertake research on different activities. So one in relation to First Nations site and the other sport since 1901. So there were 4 community engagement processes that happened during the quarter, and we look forward to seeing those reports on those 2 projects in the next quarter. Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I'll ask Mr Jamieson to come forward.
Thank you, Greg.
Good morning, Mayor, councillors, executives. I'd just like to give a short update on the strong community portfolio from a transport perspective, and also then move on to the service excellence portfolio. So firstly, from a transport perspective, transport, as you know, is part of the strong community portfolio, and I would again like to acknowledge the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Babarowski, for his continuous and proactive advocacy within this key portfolio of council. Transport ranks highest of all expenditure categories in council's budget, and this year we remain on track for full programme delivery through the year. Just some notable highlights across the quarter. 48 kilometres of roads resealed, valuing over $6.5 million. Within our civil asset management branch, we received 6,500 customer requests from residents across the region during this quarter, with over 1,500 of them relating to the sealed roads. As we'll touch on, and as we've heard from the CEO and other executives, the field workers in particular have done a remarkable job with responding to these requests and completing repairs considering the weather. And since February alone, over $120,000 has been spent just on potholes alone. The Transport Infrastructure Branch has spent almost $4 million on gravel roads, and $4.7 million has been spent on our sealed road network in planned works. In our stormwater services area, we've inspected almost 2,000 metres of stormwater pipes and over 318 drainage pits for their structural condition. Finally, a crucial area for council is in the leadership role within the active transport space, and we'll be hearing later more on our travel behaviour change, but some highlights from the walking and cycling programmes. Almost $10 million spent so far on pedestrian and cycling projects. a very, very successful Ride Score campaign ongoing across 9 schools. We have new secure bicycle parking at Chancellor Primary School, and over 400 additional students across 30 schools have registered for the Ride to School programme. And finally there, the Sunshine Coast Active Transport mats have been finished and are available online. And just in conclusion with the strong community and with my local disaster coordinator hat on, just some other highlights I would just like to raise in terms of the response to the February events. On the 23rd of February, we moved the LDMG to stand up, and in that week we had over a metre of rain falling, 4 times the monthly average. I would like to thank the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor for their stewardship and leadership of the LDMG, meeting over 14 times with over 50 participants and 30 agencies represented. Council should be very proud of the way its fields and frontline teams responded, and in particular how well our stormwater assets performed. From a personal perspective, please keep investing heavily in those stormwater assets. I wish also to thank Greg and his team for their efforts in establishing the evacuation centres and for their work in the recovery space. Finally, my thanks go to Belinda and the comms team during the whole event. The online posts that they placed were viewed over 1 million times within that week by the community, and just shows the extent of how much the community relies on those posts, and my thanks to that communications team for their effort throughout that week period. That concludes the updates from the strong community, and I move on to an update from Service Excellence. Before I get into a few details, I would like to thank Councillor Johnson and Councillor Dixon again for your direction and advocacy in this portfolio, and we welcome Deb Robinson to Service Excellence, which is excellent. Some key stats within this area. Transport infrastructure management answered over 100 customer requests during the quarter, in addition to civil assets management, 6,500 as we mentioned earlier. Our parks and gardens have had a very, very difficult quarter due to the rain, but that aside, they've managed to mow over 38 million metres squared of grass, servicing over 4 million of garden beds, 4 million squared of garden beds during the quarter. They've cleaned 14,000 public amenities. They swept almost 7,500 kilometres of road and curb and channel, planted 506 trees, and supported over 180 outdoor community events and ceremonies this quarter. Stage 1 of the Council Park off Howard Street in Nambour has been completed. The new park includes 600 metres of new pathways, 4,700 square metres of open turf, 92 native shade trees and 4,500 native shrubs. Council has also engaged with a landscape contractor using electric mowers in efforts to reduce our carbon footprint. These electric mowers are lighter and quieter, and a great outcome for the employees and the community. Within our fleet team, we've recently held a demonstration day with Australia's first 100% electric series produced truck in the Australian market. And we will continue to explore those vehicles in the coming months and years. Civil Asset Management completed the final stage of resurfacing within the Mooloolaba Wharf car park just in time for the triathlon on the 11th of March. And finally, just would like to acknowledge the safety effort of our front line of our council workers. 736 compliance audits were performed and 55 safety audits on our contractors. That concludes my update, and I hand over to Pat.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Tom, and I'd like to continue in the service excellence goal through you, Mr Mayor. I also would like to thank our portfolio councillors, Councillor Dixon and Councillor Johnson, for their leadership in this space. In regards to the Q3 highlights, I'd like to note that our customer response teams continue to provide support to the community over this quarter. 31 animal education events were undertaken in schools, daycares and open space areas across the coast to equip children and pet owners with responsible pet ownership and dog bite prevention. Our illegal dumping of waste program continues to successfully identify offenders with use of cameras and reports from the community. During the quarter, 127,500 litres of illegal dumping waste was investigated and removed from council-controlled land. The mosquito season has seen extremely wet weather. Freshwater mosquitoes have emerged and hotspots have been treated by hand and the use of drones. Following the extended wet period, it is anticipated that the mosquito egg bank may double that of a normal season, so this is a possible emerging issue that the team are keeping a watch on. During Q3, our customer contact centres continued to provide support to residents, with the main support being in the areas of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic challenges, multiple customer and community engagement campaigns across waste, rates and planning and severe weather and flood event in late February and early March. During the severe weather event, Council opened its call centre to provide after-hours weekend services in late February and early March 2022, ensuring additional assistance to the community when needed most. An exceptional effort by the strategic planning team needs to be acknowledged in this quarter in relation to the consultation program on the new planning scheme. They led an extensive community engagement program, speaking with thousands of people about the future of the Sunshine Coast and obtaining their views, which will help guide the preparation of the new planning scheme. As the CEO has already mentioned, investor confidence in the Sunshine Coast region grows, with the Sunshine Coast experiencing a 30% increase in the total development applications lodged since 2019. The continued confidence, whilst it is welcomed, is impacting on our ability to meet our statutory timeframes for development assessment due to increased workload. However, I am conscious of this challenge and look forward to working with the team and our portfolio councillors to ensure we respond to the increased demand. Council is continuing to work with the Sunshine Coast Airport on the development of the proposal to declare the airport site as a priority development area. Work also continues with Stockland to progress the planning for the Aura Town Centre in Caloundra South, in particular the town park component known as the People's Place. Work continues with the state government as it considers how best to proceed with the development of Behaviour East over the next few years, consistent with the designation of Behaviour East as a major development area under the South East Queensland Regional Plan. And on the mass transit project, Urban Growth Projects is liaising with the Department of Transport and Main Roads as it considers the content of the options analysis endorsed by Council in late 2021 as a basis for proceeding to prepare the detailed business case for the mass transit project. I would now like to hand over to Ms Roberts to speak about her responsibilities from an outstanding organisation perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah.
Good morning, councillors, and through you, Mr Mayor. In everything we do, we aspire to be outstanding, both for the community that we serve and for our people. This quarter saw a number of achievements, including key activities to create and deliver great workplaces that are also community spaces that connect our community. In terms of the construction of City Hall, works are progressing well across all levels and focus is now shifting to the internal fit-out activities and change management for our people. In terms of the fit-out, electrical and mechanical works are underway and are now at the stage of wall sheeting, amenities construction and finalisation of access floors. External facade installations have commenced and are scheduled to be progressively installed from upper levels downwards in conjunction with the scaffold drop. Internal furniture and equipment has been procured and advanced through Q3, with installation due to occur in the late stages of 22-23. An implementation change and transition plan has been developed to successfully transition our employees to their new workplaces. Location changes will be undertaken on a scheduled basis, commencing in late 2022. That will follow the construction, fit-out and commissioning of the Sunshine Coast City Hall. As highlighted previously, our City Hall building will not only be the epicentre of democratic decision-making for the Sunshine Coast, but will grow our economy and demonstrate our commitment to sustainability, climate responsiveness and the well-being of our community. The building has been designed and built to be energy and water efficient and to achieve a 5-star Green Star and NABERS ratings, thus reflecting our vision to be Australia's most sustainable region. Meanwhile, our 38 other workplaces are all part of a works program designed to bring all of our facilities to standard in a planned and phased way reflective of our commitment to safety and sustainability. Schematic design documentation for the Caloundra Administration Building, including internal stakeholder reviews, are complete, and detailed design documentation has commenced. As part of our commitment to sustainability and our reuse, recycle, repurpose policy, any surplus furniture identified as part of our move to City Hall and the uplift of our workplaces will be offered to our community through a bidding platform called Aspire, to ensure that where possible we reuse, recycle and repurpose that furniture, support local and community groups, and of course avoid landfill. Sustainability principles continue to influence all we do at Council, and proactive advocacy was undertaken to industry and government to support the delivery of the region's major projects outlined in the corporate plan, and continues to be an important activity to progress our vision of being Australia's most sustainable region. As mentioned by my colleagues and our CEO, during the quarter, Council secured funding as a part of the South East Queensland City deal, and that funding will contribute $35.3 million towards the Sunshine Coast Blue Heart. The Blue Heart obviously is a project that's a collaborative partnership between the Department of Environment and Science, Sunshine Coast Council and local water and sewage provider Unity Water. It demonstrates how land can be managed to improve water quality, biodiversity and carbon sequestration, while supporting landholders and local communities to adopt new land management practices, and it also provides us an opportunity to work with traditional owners, the Kabi Kabi First Nations people, to honour cultural heritage practices and look toward new opportunities. For the quarter ending 31 March, our solar farm generated 6.3 gigawatt hours of renewable electricity, offsetting 102% of our total electricity usage and avoiding 5,079 tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent emissions. Year to date, the solar farm generated 21 gigawatt hours of renewable electricity and offset over 111% of our total electricity usage and avoided 17,020 tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent emissions. Of note, we also have currently over 180 live Internet of Things devices at any one time operating throughout the Sunshine Coast community, consisting of heat sensors, light sensors and noise sensors, all collecting valuable data that inform our evidence-based decision-making in relation to our three pillars of sustainability: environmental, financial and community sustainability. Operationally, in terms of workplace health and safety and culture, our teams have continued to respond to COVID and the very wet weather events impacting our community. We've convened a number of critical risk workshops and a number of learnings from a critical risk pilot program, shaping the development of a critical risk program at Council. Council is the first Australian council to implement a critical risk program, and LGW provided assistance to us through the form of a WHS consultant as they aspire to mirror what we are doing with other councils. Over 43% of employees responded to our Cultural Safety, Diversity and Inclusion survey in December, and since that time, actions have been taken towards growing an inclusive, supportive, safe and sustainable workplace. The results from the survey have been shared with our organisation and an Everyday Respect program set up. It's supported by an internet page that has been launched, and encouragement of reporting of harmful behaviour and the promotion of our corporate values and reporting avenues have been developed. Employees have been invited to provide feedback on our updated procedures, and that feedback is currently being analysed. The results will inform the development of our people and culture plan and our outstanding organisation strategy later this year. Over 63 employees expressed interest in participating in the diversity and inclusion focus groups and wish to be a member of the Diversity and Inclusion Advisory Group. Focus groups were held covering a range of diverse groups such as LGBTIQ+ and disability to seek greater understanding about our employees' experience and what we can do to support a more inclusive work environment. The Diversity and Inclusion Advocacy Group, led by our CEO, met for the first time in May, and this group will help to advise and shape our approach to diversity and inclusion here at Council. As also detailed by the CEO and my colleagues, in pursuing our commitment to the Reconciliation Action Plan, over 90% of staff have completed their online training for First Nations training, and we have already seen 250 people attend the 4-hour on-country face-to-face cultural awareness training, and it only commenced in March. This program aims to see over 450 employees in total participating in the experience by June and generates a spend of over $90,000 with local First Nations businesses. In relation to digital capability and transformation, an ICT technology plan is in development and is currently being finalised. We've continued to progress our cybersecurity approach in alignment to industry best practice and compliance with Australian standards, and including to mature our 24/7 cyber monitoring, cyber attack mitigation and recovery services. In this quarter alone, we prevented over 1,000 impersonation attempts and over 500 malicious attacks. In terms of financial sustainability and local spend for the quarter, the year-to-date total procurement and contracting spend was $304.6 million. Of this, $219 million was spent with local businesses, which represents 72% of total purchasing spend. The 22-23 budget development process has continued, as you're all very aware, with over 3 council workshops and discussion of the draft capital works program, draft revenue statement and state of the assets. Rates notices were issued in January 22, with the date for payment extended by 2 weeks to assist ratepayers following the severe weather and flood events. And Council has continued to pay all suppliers within 7 days, regardless of payment terms, to assist with the economic recovery post-COVID pandemic. All of the above initiatives, the updates provided by my group exec colleagues and the leadership of Councillor Natoli and Councillor Hungerford in leading our portfolio show that we are high-performing, innovative and sustainable in all that we approach, both internally and externally for our community. We are a council defined by great people, strong governance and regional leadership, and the vision and commitment to be a truly outstanding organisation. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi, very much, and thank you to all the speakers. Can I have someone move the item, please?
Councillor Hungerford moved, Councillor Dixon second.
Thank you, councillors. Would you like to open, Councillor Hungerford?
Through you, Mr Mayor. I'll only pick out a few items. There's a lot in here. I could go on for ages. And I'll leave some for others to speak to as well. 75% of Council's total available purchasing spend for the quarter went to local businesses. This results in over $78 million being injected into our local community, and over $218 million year to date. That's us investing in our business community in the Sunshine Coast. Over $38,000 in community grants, awarded over 28 applications in support of our community organisations. Over the 3 quarters, a total of $3.8 million in community grants have been awarded. That's us supporting our community. The Sunshine Coast Solar Farm has offset 96% of Council's total electricity usage during the quarter and avoided over 5,000 tonnes in carbon dioxide equivalent emissions into our atmosphere. That's despite the weather we've had. Heavy wet weather in February and early March. Shows the clear success there. 1,600 megawatt hours of power has been generated from converting waste to energy at the Calandra Renewable Energy Facility. That's reduced greenhouse emissions by over 17,000 tonnes. $6.5 million was invested to rehabilitate the surface of over 48 kilometres of local roads during the quarter to improve the safety of these roads for our community. Compared to the same quarter last year, this is an increase of over 39 kilometres in our roads, and that's despite the wet weather we've had. And yes, there's a lot of potholes out there. I get complaints on them all the time, and it will take time to catch up on those, but the weather continuing is only further compounding that problem. But the next two I'm going to bring up, in my opinion, shows where this council is different to its peers and other levels of government. It shows that we are not just an election cycle council. We're actually looking to the future, 10, 20 years ahead. We're looking a generation ahead. Council secured funding as part of the South East Queensland City deal and will contribute over $35 million to the Blue Heart. That's going towards our climate resilience into the future. The next generation will benefit from that. Over 100 hectares at Godfrey's Road for sport and rec. That's on top of the land we purchased in Merredin Plains and the Dillabar Road at Woombye. The dividend that will pay to our future generations that come after us is enormous. We are looking to the future. And I'd actually like to congratulate the fellow councillors and the staff for having that vision and following through on it. And we're continuing to do that. This report shows, in my opinion, we are punching far above the weight of our peers and other levels of government and what we're providing to the community. But that comes because of discipline in our financial management and our strategic planning. And I very much look forward to us continuing that in the future, because these quarterly reports are fantastic. They don't get a lot of viewing out there, a lot of comment. If you compare it to other comparable levels of government, we are far and above. But because we get it right in our planning and our strategic forward looking. And that's what we're doing. We are looking at a generation ahead. And that's what people need to understand. So I commend it to you, councillors. This is outstanding on each and every one of us in the whole organisation. And we need to keep that going. I commend to you this is an excellent report, and there's a fourth quarter coming yet. With the continued weather we've had since the end of March, that will further compound our ability to deliver, and I believe some things will carry over into next year. But they will be done. And thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. I'll go to Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you, through the Chair. I'd probably like to maybe start by saying I'm a little bit disappointed. And that may be towards our officer Greg Laverty. His amazing recall failed to mention 1,447 jobs that were created and 196 in the sponsored events industry and 1,251 from the investment opportunities. So anyway, that's probably about the limit to my recall, officer. Look, the Regional Gallery, Caloundra Regional Gallery, held a wonderful exhibition there, Dystopia, Utopia. A future look at how we would be living in 2070, in the next 50 years. So yeah, that was a very thought-provoking exhibition. The disaster management, which we've already seen a wonderful response from council. We had 79 landslips recorded across the coast, and obviously from roadways to parkways, walking trails. None so more in terms of the impact to the Moffat Beach seawall, and that rectification works are still undergoing there, and we're starting to see some funding trickle through from the QRA, funding through the state government as well. So, and also our waste and resources as well. It was great to see the 10 days offered of general and green waste between the 3rd and 13th of March for 10 days for our residents as well. So, but yeah, overall, wonderful report, and I'd just like to commend the CEO on a good job done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. I'll go to Councillor Dixon.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor, and through you. You know, I often get asked by ratepayers, well, what do I actually get for my rates? And, you know, it's a pretty easy question to answer. But when you really think about the magnitude of things we do, it's often reflected in our quarterly report. And, you know, I sometimes forget about all the good things we're doing, because every single day, you know, especially councillors, you're being hit up with a range of issues coming to your office, and it's a good opportunity for me as a councillor to actually stand up today and just acknowledge every single employee in the organisation, because I know how hard they are working. I know, you know, especially Lisa Devine and her CAMS team at the moment are just under so much stress with the weather, and they just cannot keep up. Whether it's getting weeds out of intersections, topping up potholes, sinkholes that are happening, Lisa tells me that the team are just working 24/7, and she just cannot find enough staff to keep up. So what I can do is first acknowledge the workload, but also ask for a little bit of patience in the community, because when we do a job, we do it well, and we're not just going to do it half-cooked. We're going to wait until we have an opportunity to do the right job in the community. And I just feel for the teams, whether they're in transport, CAMS, our parks teams, they're just doing it so tough. And credit to them because they're out there in the pouring rain working hard for our citizens. So a good opportunity to acknowledge the organisation for its hard work and, particularly our CEO and directors just being so accessible. Every time I know I've got an issue that I can't deal with easily, I can pick up the phone and they take my call and they help me out every single time. One issue that I will talk on specifically in terms of the operational plan, so that's Appendix B to this report, one thing I do talk on at every opportunity, and it's one thing that wasn't discussed today, is Palmview. So our Palmview residential development, Greenfield, one of the largest growth areas on the Sunshine Coast. There's 34 days until the developers must open the Bruce Highway link from Palmview, and I understand that link hasn't started. I'm also aware that there's no state government-run bus service yet in the estate. But to the credit of our staff, they are working very hard right now with the Queensland State Government, very hard because I'm on the phone to them weekly, and I've actually got an update with the staff today from Urban Growth Projects. They're working really hard. They're sitting down with DTMR, State Government, all of the developers. There's 3 developers out there at Palmview, and they're working hard to try and negotiate a way forward. The residents out there, our residents in Division 6, obviously very afraid around flood and fire and access in the estate and lack of public transport. So I just want to put on the record that this issue hasn't gone away. It's number 1 for me in Division 6. And just to the credit of our staff, Madam CEO, they are working really hard on this. And I know yourself and Deborah Robinson have been pushing things along very nicely. So one, just to touch on some of the issues in Division 6, but 2, again, just to acknowledge the amazing work our staff are doing under some very trying times. Congratulations.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll go to Councillor Babarowski.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I too would like to just recognise the value of these quarterly reports in helping our community understand the very complex range of services provided, but a couple do stand out to me that I'd like to highlight. One is the achievement of the placemaking team in achieving a Gold Urban Design Award for the Landsborough placemaking project, and particularly the Activate program. And why that's particularly important, the activation program is the bit that where you really, really engage with the community to get them to understand the opportunity that the placemaking project provides. So really well done on that one. The second thing I'd like to just highlight is, I get the privilege of getting a greater insight through the local disaster management group on the role of our staff, particularly, if I may, point out Tom Jameson and Kathy Buck and the roles that they play in coordinating our response and working with such an incredibly diverse range of service agencies and with the community in managing our response to these severe weather events. And I honestly believe that we do an exceptional job through our staff in those very difficult circumstances. So again, I'd like to recognise that and those particular individuals for their roles, and thank the community for their patience and understanding during these continuing challenging weather conditions. So thank you, Mr Mayor. It just gave me the opportunity to highlight those 2 in particular.
Thank you, Councillor Babarowski. I'll go to Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And to the CEO, to you and the staff, obviously the amount of work that we've set our staff to do is incredible. My previous term in British Shire, I can say that the amount of work that we currently do here outweighs that multiple times. We've set ourselves a cracking pace, and I also want to acknowledge the outdoor staff that have had to put up with an incredible amount of rain. The work that they've continued to have done with the difficult conditions needs to be acknowledged. A very special effort on their behalf. And in particular, I want to acknowledge Lisa Devine, who heads up our camps. The work that she did with the Mooloolaba car park upgrade during very difficult times, weather conditions, dealing in an environment where you've got many different contrasts and issues with residents working at night time, trying to keep that pace to have that project completed before the triathlon. Didn't think she could do it, but she did. Outstanding work. The outcomes of that, many people in the community, many of the business owners and of course the owners of the wharf and Sea Life have commented how fantastic the outcome has been. And it is one of our centrepiece tourism destinations, and it now deserves to be cladded with a fantastic car park and upgrade that we've seen there. So, and thank you for your support for the additional trees there as well, Madam CEO. That was welcomed. A lot of bitumen, and nice to see that we can keep it cool. I also want to acknowledge that there was 13.9 million in economic activity generated for the region from 19 Sunshine Coast events during the quarter. I did ask the question, how much money goes to sport? And 78% goes to sport in this last quarter, and 22% goes to obviously business, cultural and arts projects. And I hope that one of our aspirations as a council is that we actually see that amount for business and culture and arts be increased so that it reflects a more sophisticated community that we have. I had the privilege, and only by chance, that my wife had to extend her comparent of the Australian wearable art over the weekend, where Samil had COVID, and then when I got there and went to support her, Councillor Joseph O'Prey also had COVID and couldn't, so I gave the award and spoke at that event. But I was incredibly impressed by what the two organisers were able to put together. And there were comments from people that I met from Brisbane and the Gold Coast that said that this could travel around the country. That's how good it was. And I also want to recognise that one of my favourite outfits was made of recycled umbrellas. Happened to be one of our librarians, and it's the first time that she's ever undertaken the task. And I saw her yesterday at the meet and greet at the Coventry Library. She's already got 2 inspirations from next year, for next year's awards. But there were 2 other librarians that helped as well. So I just want to recognise Sandy Young for her design and encourage her to continue to be inspired by the books that she reads and sees in the library. And also Christy Bushnell and Elizabeth Clements, who modelled all the models and all the support people who are volunteers and make this event. And I had a look at Wellington, the World Wearable Art. I've known people from the Sunshine Coast to travel there just for that. 60,000 people over 3 weeks go to that event. And when you think about that in terms of our sporting events, that's what we should be aspiring to be able to make this event. Australian wearable art, this festival should be aspiring to be maybe as big as that one day. And wouldn't that be fantastic if we can do that? I just also want to acknowledge Gary Eshman. Gary Eshman is a long-term council employee who's retired recently. I was involved with Gary when we first set up the Catamaran Park advisory groups, and we took the Catamaran Parks from being very basic caravan parks that provided the very basic amenities to what are now incredibly modern, sophisticated tourist attractions that are a real credit for the work that he had undertaken. And Gary was recently awarded the President's Award at the 2022 Caravan Park Association of Queensland Awards. So that's just a nice fitting award for him as he parts away from the council. But I do want to recognise that the fantastic work that he had put in guiding those businesses to what we have, and their substantial revenue that we do get from them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. We'll go to Councillor Cox.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Clearly there's a lot in this report that is quite impressive, and certainly our community can be very proud. But I just wanted to quickly touch on one thing, and it's already been brought up a couple of times by, firstly, our Group Executive, Tom Jamieson, and then Councillor Hungerford, but it was our investment that we have in our local roads. So 6.5 million in that third quarter to rehabilitate and resurface 48.5 kilometres of local roads to improve the safety of our community. Now, I was quite fortunate to recently undertake a bit of a road trip to New South Wales, and I can confidently say that our roads, via our investment here, is vastly superior to anything that I experienced in New South Wales. So I know a lot of praise has been thrown this morning towards our civil asset management team, but it is really well deserved. Our commitment there is, I think, something our community needs to understand, that we value our local roads being safe and easy to travel. And for that, I just wanted to thank all of the councillors here that continue to support that investment into our local roads. And I'm going to let Councillor Suarez talk about the portfolio stuff, but I just thought that was a very important topic, and from my experience personally in the last few weeks, I know that we've had the wet weather causing a few potholes across the coast. Can't do anything about that, but certainly the pavement condition index that we have here on Sunshine Coast is really of a high standard and should be acknowledged by ourselves and our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Law.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Madam CEO, Group Executive, congratulations, well done, excellent quarter. And I would just like to make the observation and comment on two things. Firstly, how I'm hearing in every report and every update from the group executives that we're talking about the environment and what we're doing to reduce our emissions, and to responding in a very meaningful but also a very focused on the future way towards reducing our emissions, reducing our impact on the environment as a local government area, and making this place a far better place to live and work, and to be happy to be here because we know our community is doing what it needs to do. And we've got to take that leadership in the waste space, because that's where, although we have to manage the waste, it's up to everyone of what do they put in their bin, do they put it in the correct bin, and have they even taken a step earlier and figured out, well, why have I got this thing in front of me that I've got to throw it in a hole in the ground? So by taking leadership that we've heard from you all today, thank you for that. Mr. Tom Jamison, if you might be able to share, not here, but later on, the outcome of that electric truck trial. I'd love to hear how that went and what our next steps might be. And then to everyone else, we've heard earlier today, it's Sorry Day, and we've also heard and we know that tomorrow is the beginning of National Reconciliation Week. And it is so good to hear how we are going with the implementation of our own reconciliation action plan with so many staff, over 90% of the staff. That means every one of you has supported your teams to participate in the First Nations cultural training. That is outstanding, and thank you for making that happen. And the fact that we're also going to achieve almost 450 or so staff will ultimately have done the face-to-face cultural experience and gone on country. So I think that's really important that we can report back on that today, on National Sorry Day, that we are trying to do what we can as an organisation to again take that leadership role and influence other organisations, and hopefully to influence everyone on what can be done if you really put a commitment and make a commitment to doing that. Thank you very much, Madam CEO. Congratulations. Congratulations, everyone. I'll be supporting the report today.
Thank you, Councillor Law. I'll go to Councillor Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just also want to reiterate my thanks to the CEO and to the ELT for their comprehensive presentations of what's occurred over the quarter. I won't reiterate what Mr. Hadrill has spoken about in terms of the environment and livability portfolio, except for a couple of things. The blue part, the storage function of that area may have been underestimated in the past, but I'm sure, and I'd put money on it to say that the general community clearly understand its vital role in terms of storage facility for our future. I'm very pleased with the environment levy acquisitions that have been made over this quarter and in the past. I've been at a couple of presentations with I guess, people in the community who have advocated strongly for our environment. And one of the comments that has stayed with me is it's a constant battle. Even if you secure a parcel of land, you're still always fighting to preserve it and protect it. And so I think with our acquisitions, we're doing that and providing some security for the community in that area. The erosion sediment education is very exciting, and I'm very pleased to support that and work with our local developers to make sure that we're doing, and they are doing, as much as possible to make sure that our waterways are healthy. The preliminary consultation for the planning scheme, I wanted to give that a shout out as well. The consultation that happened was non-statutory. It wasn't a requirement of this council to undertake, and I was really pleased to see that commitment being taken, and it just shows that it was an extra step taken to receive input from the community towards our planning scheme. I was also very grateful to the council for providing some green waste disposal after our previous events earlier in the year. The community did appreciate it, and I know it was a cost to ratepayers across the whole of the region, but I feel it was the right thing to do, and I thank the council for that. Roads have been mentioned quite a bit and a lot by our urban councillors, so I just want to give a little bit of a shout out for the regional councillors as well. Our roads have been heavily impacted, particularly our unsealed roads with this wet weather. A lot of our projects are happening in those areas. Those projects are being delayed. Traffic is being rerouted along these unsealed roads, and they are being, no matter how quickly we can try and get out there to repair them with this rain, they're constantly being chopped up. I'll allow Councillor Johnston to speak on behalf of his community, but he's also been impacted not only with chopped up unsealed roads, but landslips in his area as well. So to Lisa Devine and her team, thank you so much. I understand you're under extreme pressure to make our roads as safe as possible for our community across the whole of the region, and I thank the team for their work in that space. I'd also like to give a quick shout out to our Parks and Gardens team. I was driving to work the other day and I saw the team out there in the rain trying to get on top of some of the mowing, so I thank all of the contractors and all of the Parks and Gardens staff in that space as well. And I'd like to also endorse this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. If there are no further speakers, I'm going to go to Councillor Hungerford to close.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I commend this report. We can all be proud of it. Staff that contribute to it, we're proud of their efforts as well. But basically, the community can have confidence in what we are doing and what we are delivering. And it's constant, quarter after quarter. And I look forward to the fourth quarter report as well. So I commend this to you, councillors, and our community and our staff. Again, thank all of the staff in council, because without them, this is not possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. We'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour?
All hands in the chamber are up, and Councillor, I pray we just need you to turn on your camera. Yep. Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. That might be an appropriate time to take a 15-minute break for morning tea. Can we be back at 20 minutes past 11, please? Okay, are we ready to resume? Are we ready to resume the meeting?
Ready when you are, Mr. Mayor.
Great, okay, thank you very much. Welcome back. We'll go to item 8.3, which is the investment policy for 22-23, and I invite Michael Costello to do a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, all. I present to you today Council's investment policy for 22-23. Our local government regulations require that we prepare an investment policy annually, and the policy is provides overall system of financial management. The investment policy sets out the boundaries of investment, includes overall philosophy and strategy for our investment of surplus funds, along with detailed guidelines and procedures. Note that there have been no changes to the existing policy. Council's investments are limited to those prescribed under the legislation in the Statutory Bodies Financial Arrangements Act. We are categorised as a Category 2 investment power, allows us for investments in Queensland Treasury Corp and Queensland Investment Corp, along with other higher rated counterparties without further approval. The legislation includes a list of prohibited investments that require Treasurer approval to move forward, and they're derivative-based investments, non-Australian dollars, and a maturity greater than 3 years. The investment policy looks at maintaining an investment strategy with the following goals: maximise investment returns, exceed our benchmarks, our Bauble Index, invest only in investments as authorised under the legislation, invest only with approved institutions, and importantly, to invest to protect our capital value of our investments. Consideration will be given to ethical investment principles in determining the approved counterparty list for investment of funds. We note the interest on investments for this financial year is set at just under $2.6 million in the budget, and next year, with the anticipated increase, or already started increase in interest rates, we're looking at a budget of $3 million. And the recommendation, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Michael. Someone to move, please.
Councillor Hungerford and Councillor Natoli to second.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford and Natoli. Would you like to open, Councillor Hungerford?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as has been pointed out by our Chief Financial Officer, we are not risk takers. This is ratepayers' funds. Must be managed, and it's about sound financial management, which underpins everything we do in this council. And to take it straight out of the investment policy, investment activities shall preserve capital as a principal objective of the investment portfolio. Investments will be performed in a manner that seeks to ensure security of principle of the overall portfolio. This would include managing credit risk and interest rate risk within given risk management parameters, and avoiding any transactions that would prejudice confidence in council or its associated entities. So our ratepayers can be assured their funds are being managed responsibly, and that's what this is about. I commend this to you as sound financial management and very responsible.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Any further speakers? If not, I'll go back to you to close, Councillor Hungerford, if you wish. Thank you. We'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour?
All hands in the air in the chamber and online.
Thank you. That's carried unanimously. We move to item 8.3, which is the investment policy. And again, I'll ask Michael for his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the preso. So once again, the debt policy is required under the local government regulations to be prepared annually. The borrowing activities are governed by the Statutory Bodies Financial Arrangements Act, and the debt policy provides clear guidelines for loan raising, requirement assessment of the impact of any borrowing decision on Council's long-term financial sustainability. The debt policy is reviewed annually as part of our budget development process. Note again, there have been no changes to the existing policy. The debt policy sets out the required loan borrowings for next financial year, which are included in our borrowing application for the Department of State Government Infrastructure and Local Government and Planning. Loan borrowings forecast for next year at $44.4 million. Just note that also the debt policy and the loan borrowings are part of the structure that QTC look at in relation to our annual credit reviews, and that is conducted in around about October, November of each year. And the officer recommendation.
Thank you, Michael. Again, can I have one to move, please?
Councillor Hungerford to move. Councillor Natoli seconding.
Okay, again, Councillor Hungerford, would you like to open, please?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Again, this is about sound financial management. Council will not utilise loan funding to finance operating activities or recurrent expenditure. That should come from income. Council recognises that infrastructure demands placed upon Council can often only be met through borrowings, but will always be mindful of the additional costs incurred by the community. When assets are acquired through borrowings, as this increases the cost of providing capital infrastructure. So we've got to be mindful of that and only borrow where necessary. Council will endeavour to fund all capital renewal projects from operating cash flows and borrow only for new or upgrade capital projects, having regard to sound financial management principles and giving consideration to intergenerational equity for the funding of long-term infrastructure projects. Again, we have financial discipline in this council, and it's one of our great strengths, and that's why we're able to deliver so much, as our quarterly report showed. You only deliver when you manage your finances in a sound manner, which we are continuing to do. Especially with the impacts we've got with rising CPI and cost of materials, we've shown that we've stayed within budget parameters, and I believe in the financial report we're still within 1% of parameter, which is excellent result. And this contributes to future sound financial management and being able to deliver for our community. I commend this to you.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Any other speakers? You don't need to close, Councillor Hungerford. We'll go straight to the vote. All those in favour?
Yep, all hands in the chamber are up and those online as well.
Okay, that's carried unanimously. Thank you again. Move on to the next item, which is item 8.5, the revenue policy for 22-23. And again, ask for Michael's presentation.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Once again, local government regulations require that the council include in the budget a revenue policy. The revenue policy must be adopted annually in sufficient time for the budget and be consistent with the revenue statement that's to be adopted in the financial year. The revenue policy sets out the principles of levying rates and charges, granting concessions for rates and charges, recovering overdue rates and charges, and cost recovery methods, noting that there have been no material changes to the existing policy. Just on the principles, in relation to levying of rates and charges, Council apply the principles of consistency by scheduling our rate notices on a half-yearly basis, communication by advising our ratepayers, clarity about meaningful information on the rate notices, and flexibility in relation to providing payment arrangements for ratepayers in financial difficulty. Further to the principles in the making of the levying rates and charges, guided by the principles of equitable distribution using differential general rates, transparency in making the rates and levying of the rates, flexibility, clarity of the responsibilities, ours and ratepayers, national competition policy where it applies, and having in place a rating regime that is efficient to administer. And the recommendation, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Michael. Someone to move, please.
Move Councillor Hungerford and seconded Councillor Natoli.
Thank you. Councillor Hungerford, would you like to open, please?
Levying of rates and charges is always a difficult one to do. that this council has a policy of being fair and equitable across all of our constituents out there and our ratepayers. The principles that we adhere to are in levying the rates and charges, council will apply the principles of consistency by scheduling the issue of rate notices on a half-yearly basis, communication by advising ratepayers about rate notice issue dates and payment dates, clarity by providing meaningful information on rate notices to enable ratepayers to clearly understand their responsibilities, and flexibility by providing payment arrangements to ratepayers in financial difficulty. To work with that, we do have an empathy and understanding, along with a wide array of payment options to assist those residents. In making and levying rates and charges, council will be guided by the principles of equitable distribution of the differential rates burden as broadly as possible, so everyone's paying their fair share. Transparency in the making and levying of rates. We only charge what we need to provide the services out there. We keep them as low as we can. Flexibility to take account of changes in the local economy. Each year we deliberate on this. And the community's, not only what we're delivering, but the community's ability to pay. There has to be a balance there. Clarity in terms of responsibilities, councils and ratepayers in regard to the rating process and applying the national competition policy legislation where applicable. As you know, we spend from November right through to June working on this, and you all know the meetings we've had and the difficult decisions to make and the deliberations, but this is about doing a fair and equitable distribution to the ratepayers for the services they are being provided with. I commend it to you that we have a very sound policy and a very fair and equitable one.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Any further speakers? Okay, we'll put the motion to the vote.
Mayor, we have Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our revenue policy is obviously a very robust policy. It has to be, to deal with the many different types of people, businesses, organisations in our community. And it will be challenged, extremely challenged, with the massive increases in rates that we've, not in rates, but in valuations that we've seen right across the Sunshine Coast. And as robust as this policy is, it will still be challenged. And people will need to know that no policy can ever be designed in a way that could ensure that everybody, that equity can be equally distributed right throughout everyone. We do our best, and the policy does an incredible job in being able to do that, and the flexibility that we have in this revenue policy allows us to do that during the budget process. So I just want to foreshadow that this year, after 3 years of no valuations, to have that massive increase, there will be some challenges. We'll see those over the next 12 months, but I know that we have an incredibly robust revenue policy that I don't believe any other local government could have had, that could have dealt with the issues that we're going to be confronted over the next 12 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Natoli. If there are no further speakers, I'll go back to Councillor Hungerford to close.
No, he's passing up on that offer, Mr.
Not necessary. Okay, let's put the motion to the vote.
All hands in the chamber are up, and as well as those online.
Right. Yes, okay, that's carried unanimously. Let's move on to 8.6, the Register of General Cost Recovery Fees and Commercial Charges. And again, thank you, Michael, for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So fees and charges, cost recovery fees are covered under Section 97 of the Local Government Act, and example of the fees are application for licences or permits, recording of a change of ownership, providing information under the Local Government Act, seizing property or animals under the Local Government Act, and the performance of other responsibilities under the Act. These fees are required to be set equal to or less than the cost of providing the service. And we have other charges which are commercial in nature, and they're covered by Section 263 of the Local Government Act. The fees proposed for next year is an increase of 3.5%. The general cost recovery fees and commercial charges total revenues forecast at $47.5 million in next year's budget. There's just over 1,300 fees covering 34 different areas of council, made up of 231 cost recovery fees and just under 1,100 commercial fees. The cost recovery fees are reviewed using activity-based costing. That's to ensure compliance with the Local Government Act. Some of the highlights: the majority of the fees stay within the parameter of 3.5% increase. There's additional fees established for venues and sports field hire. Some fees have been adjusted after activity-based costing reviews, with some fee increases higher than 3.5% in order to recover our costs. There's been retirement of unused fees from the register, and there's been an allowance in relation to fees for the Nambour Entertainment Precinct to be waived. And the recommendation, Mr Mayor.
Thank you very much, Michael. Someone to move, please.
Councillor Hungerford's happy to move. And
thank you, Councillor Hungerford.
Councillor Natoli's seconding.
Thank you. I'd like to open Councillor Hungerford, please.
Through you, Mr Mayor. As the Chief Financial Officer has already pointed out, we only aim for cost recovery, and that's a requirement under the Act. 47.8 million this year is expected to be recovered from fees, and it's important we do recover those, otherwise the ratepayers through the general rates are subsidising, and that money should go towards the services they're receiving. So this is very important that we get this right. So the principle is that the fees recovered is that the costs of services should be borne by those who benefit from them, and that's only fair. Why should the ratepayers subsidise that? And under the Section 97 of the Local Government Act 2009, we are required to be set at equal or less than the cost of providing the service. We've aimed for full cost recovery, which is fair and just. Considering the CPI has just come in at 5.1, I think 3.5 is very reasonable, but depending on where inflation goes over this next financial year will determine where we have to revise these in next year's budget. And that is always a challenge each year. But with rising inflation and CPI, it does make it more challenging each year, because we like to keep these as low as we can for our community, but also making sure that our ratepayers are not subsidising someone else. So it's only fair. So I commend this to you. It's fair and reasonable in the current environment, and does continue our stance on sound financial management. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Any further speakers? If not,
Councillor Law would like to address.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Law.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, I shall be brief. Obviously, Councillor Hungerford has identified the key elements of why we need to do this. I would like to thank Michael and the team, and Shanna particularly, who have worked extensively with me through probably the last 12 months to find a way to allow us to help and support the Nambour Special Entertainment Precinct by providing a free fee for the coming 12 months. Obviously, this report covers a range of fees and charges. This is just one small tiny component, but I'm very grateful for the support of the staff to get to this point today, and look forward to support as we take a vote on this now. So thank you very much in anticipation of your support of the Nambour SEP.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Councillor Landsberg.
Thank you. Through the Chair, just a question, if I could put to Michael. Just note on page 65, the Dicky Beach permanent sites has got plus power. Are they individually assessed, or is it just a flat rate for permanents on site in Dicky Beach? We can take that on.
Yeah, I believe it's a flat rate.
Okay, right across the board. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no further speakers, I'll go back to Councillor Hungerford to close.
No need, Mr Mayor.
Okay, we'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour?
All hands in the chamber are up, and those online as well.
Okay, the motion's carried. I thank Mr Costello for those reports. We'll now move on to item 8.7, which is the Development Services Register of Cost Recovery Fees and Commercial Charges, and welcome Patricia Jensen to give us a presentation.
Good morning, CEO, Mayor and Councillors. Today I'm presenting the proposed Development Services Register for Cost Recovery Fees and Commercial Charges for 22-23. Firstly, I'd like to go through the development outlook for the region at the moment. The Sunshine Coast region is experiencing significant development activity at the top of the market. Over the past couple of years, the region has been experiencing an increase in this activity as a result of the federal government home buyers scheme, as well as other impacts associated with the COVID-19 pandemic and population shifts. At the time, the branch activities have also been impacted by more complex applications and also an increase in some compliance matters. It is anticipated that this market will remain steady and or experience a decline in probably the 23-24 year as a result of potential property increase rates and ongoing land supply and building material construction costs and challenges. All predictions show that over the next few years, our region is still going to be experiencing the peak of the development industry. Development services revenue is forecast to be in the vicinity of 21 million for the 22-23 year, similar to this year. Proposed fees under the Local Government Act, Council can only set cost recovery fees for services such as processing of development applications. It is anticipated that a detailed review of our fees will take place in the next couple of years with the commencement of the new planning scheme. An average increase of 4% is proposed for the majority of our fees in the proposed register. Specific proposed changes to the fees are outlined in the comparison document in attachment 1 to the report. Some fees are proposed to be increased higher than the 4% requirement due to complexities of the proposal and to ensure appropriate cost recovery for services undertaken. For example, a number of fees associated with obtaining information, services or lodgement of documents have been increased. Several of these fees have not been increased over a number of years, and the minimum $5 increase has resulted in an increase of over the 4%. Material change of use application fees for nature-based tourism, tourism parks, bars, function facilities, service station, tourism attraction, animal keeping and intensive animal industry have been increased on an average of approximately 5%. We predominantly receive approximately 2 to 4 of these application types each year, and the current fee that we receive for these does not reflect the extent of assessment work required for the variety of disciplines involved. Council continues to provide a range of free services and existing fee incentives already included in the register. Some of these incentives and fees include development advice services. We offer both free development advice services via phone, counter and email, and as well as paid pre-lodgement meetings. For paid services, the majority of these options have a fee rebate option once they subsequently lodge the development application. A fast-track assessment service is in place for low-risk code assessment applications with a dedicated team to streamline the assessment process. We offer a number of great and award-winning free services such as self-service tools such as Development Eye, site reports, online plumbing booking inspections, backflow e-services and on-site sewage facility e-services. Other fee incentives are in place for buildings and sites affected by heritage provisions, mixed-use development, and new buildings within existing buildings, new uses within existing buildings. These other fee incentives range from no fee to a 50% reduction. Due to the current development and market pressures, we are proposing to update one fee incentive and introduce a new fee incentive. To support the COVID pandemic recovery for community and local businesses, it's recommended the current not-for-profit organisation fee reduction be changed from 50% to 75%. It is considered that this fee reduction will provide a great assistance for those local community groups. To help facilitate the music-based entertainment industry in the Sunshine Coast, it's proposed to introduce a new fee incentive to discount the application fees by 50% for material change of use applications for a theatre, bar, nightclub, hotel use located in the Nambour Special Entertainment Precinct. This precinct is the second precinct of its kind in Queensland to enable venues greater certainty about where they can operate and the relevant noise levels. This fee will assist in stimulating and supporting local businesses and entertainment activities in the region. That concludes my presentation today, and it's recommended that the Council adopt the proposed register for 22-23 in Appendix A.
Thank you, Patricia. Can I ask someone to move, please?
Councillor Dixon's prepared to move and looking for a second. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Would you like to open, Councillor Dixon?
Will, thank you, and through the Mayor, great presentation, Ms Jensen, and obviously you've covered everything that's in the report. We heard earlier in the quarterly report development applications up 30%, so you can just picture the amount of workload and projected income's $21 million. Whilst it sounds like a lot of money, the team are doing a lot of work and it's very complex. You know, you talk about the officers you have on staff and the externals that you actually bring in for applications. There's a lot of work, and it's important that that money is put aside and put back in development services. When I talk to the industry, they're telling me that the fees are appropriate, but they do expect that level of service. And I know the CEO has been working really hard, and I've seen this in the last 12 months, the turnaround, getting the right people into the right jobs and boosting up the staff numbers and morale has been very, very important, because it's quite a busy team when you think about it. I really don't have too much to say more than what I've said. I think the service we do provide is great. And in terms of the complaints that I'm getting from the industry, they're right down. I remember years ago, we'd have emails and phone calls from people upset with the service that was provided, and it's just turned around so much to a point where people are happy to pay because they realise they're getting a great service for it.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. I go to Councillor Law.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. Again, I wish to say thank you to Tricia and your team. Opening up a venue for hospitality, for entertainment during the last 2 years of what has happened to the hospitality and entertainment industry is a big ask of anyone. And at the same time, just at the start of that, there was a planning scheme amendment that allowed the Nambour Special Entertainment Precinct to be an option among the planning scheme for the Sunshine Coast Council. So there have been many challenges over the last 2 years to try and support and activate those venues and that opportunity of the entertainment precinct, but for the reasons I've just mentioned, it has been extremely difficult. So I want to thank you and your team working with me and the community to find a way through and offer this additional incentive to see if that will just help someone make their final step of their business decision to lodge an application and see what we can do to help them get their venue approved and open. So thank you very much for that additional thought and consideration. And I must also mention the great idea around providing that additional support for the not-for-profit organisations across the whole Sunshine Coast. That really is a commendable idea to help our not-for-profit community support all of the activities they do for us, wherever they do that across this great area. So thank you very much. Two great things. I'll be supporting this for those two things, but also for everything else that you're doing to help the Sunshine Coast.
Thank you, Councillor Law. If there are no further speakers, I'll go back to Councillor Dixon. Do you wish to close, Councillor?
No, Mr Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour?
All hands in the chamber are up, and those online as well.
Fine. So the motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Patricia, and thank you, councillors. We'll move to item 8.8, which is the April 2022 financial performance report. And I invite Isaac Skill to give us a presentation. Thanks, Isaac.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, all. Councillors, heading into the end of the financial year, we have a strong operating result of $71.7 million, which is favourable to budget by $4.2 million. Our revenues are above budget that we expected for the year to date by 5.1, and expenses are above budget by $847,000. Some of the key highlights, our holiday parks had another strong month for April, as well as receiving early grant payments from QRA for the disaster in February. Operational expenditure remains within 1% of budget for April. Our capital works programs progressed 65%, which is a total expenditure of $188.2 million. Our core programs at the same percentage, 65%, actual expenditure of $108.6. Our cash at the end of April is $232 million, and there's no change to our debt for the month of April. We're still expecting the debt forecast to reduce to $488 million at the end of the financial year. Council's recommendation today is to receive and note the report titled April 2022 Financial Performance Report.
Thank you, Isaac. Can I have a mover, please?
Moved by Councillor Dixon and, Councillor Hungerford and Councillor Natoli to second.
Thank you. Would you like to open, Councillor Hungerford?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. As usual, another excellent monthly report. Highlights here. Council has a positive operating result of $71 million, which is $4.3 million above the current budget as of the 30th of April. As of the 30th of April, $466.6 million operating revenue has been achieved, which is $5.1 million more than the current budget. As of the 30th of April 2022, $395 million in operating expenses of the 394. Budget has been expended, resulting in a variance of $874,000. And again, Council's operational expenditure remains within 1% of budget year to date. Excellent result from our staff, especially our infrastructure services and all those delivering out there. As of the 30th of April, $188 million, or 64.7% of Council's $290 million capital works program has been financially expended. We'd like to be further than this at this point in the year, but the wet weather has been making it difficult to deliver projects. We're continuing to have that at the moment. So I think some will have to roll over into next year, but that's understandable, and hopefully we get some fine weather in the future. There's a prediction I saw in the weather that this is going to go right through winter into spring, and I definitely don't want to see that. But hopefully we do get a break in the weather in the future so we can catch up on our capital works program. And corporate major projects have progressed 73%. So the 65% in capital works is the only outstanding one we have there. We are endeavouring, but it's taking our crews to repair potholes and damage out there that is taking up a fair bit of the workforce. But that's understandable because that's a priority at the moment. But I do look forward to the final of the year to see where we end up and how much does get carried over. This is another excellent report and shows, again, the sound financial management.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Are there any further speakers?
Councillor Dixon.
Councillor Dixon, please.
I know Councillor Hungerford's talked about the capital works program, but we've been having a lot of budget meetings in the lead up to the council's new budget in June. And, you know, as Councillor Hungerford said, there's a lot of issues around weather and getting contractors to do jobs. I know even for small projects, give an example, building a storage shed, so just a typical storage shed for a soccer club at Brightwater, it's taken 12 plus months to be able to get someone in to do the job because they're just that busy or can't get the steel. So there's a lot of flow-on effects, and we've set the bar really high with our staff. We've set 90+% for completed capital works for the financial year. And from my point of view, I just wanted to acknowledge and sympathise with the staff that are working very hard to deliver these projects. And I think in this point in time with COVID and weather, and you know, we talk about shortage of material globally, I think that 90% is too high of a benchmark. And I sympathise with the staff, and I acknowledge that I don't expect you to hit that 90%. I know you're working hard. You don't have to aim for that figure. I know you're going to anyway, but the reality is community clubs out there, residents fully understand that even when they're getting work done around their homes, things are taking longer. It's harder to get tradespeople. We see development across the coast, and we heard before 30% up in applications. That translates into plumbing applications, people building homes, your carpenters, your roofers. Everyone is just so busy. So let's just, at this point in time, take stock of the work that we are doing, but also give a little bit of leeway and latitude to our staff that, you know, it's okay in this situation just to not be hitting that 90% and not be expected to hit that 90%. Just wanted to make those remarks because when I heard from Chris Sturgis last week in our budget meeting, you know, the staff are anxious that they're not delivering on that 90% goal, and they shouldn't be too stressed about it.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. No further speakers. Do you want to close, Councillor Hungerford?
No.
Okay, we'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour?
All hands in the chamber up and those online.
Okay, that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everybody, and thank you for the presentation, Isaac. We'll move to item 8.9, which is the sale of land in arrears of rates. And I invite Michael Costello to give us a presentation. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. The sale of land report had noted 29 properties on the sale of land list with outstanding rates of just over $290,000. Since the writing of this report, there's been 4 properties that are paid in full, so we're down to 25 properties for just over $260,000. We've got a responsibility to collect those rates that are in a timely manner to finance our operations and carry out our services and to ensure we have effective cash flow management. We're very proactive in the recovery of our rates and charges, and we make every effort to minimise the number of properties that have rates outstanding for a period of greater than 3 years. In the event that Council approves the recommendations in this report, the legislation directs the following timelines. There'll be a statutory notice that will be issued next month. The second statutory notice will be issued in September, and then a sale of land auction, if required, to occur in October. Of those 25 properties, there are 21 who have a mortgage, and properties with a mortgage in the past, in all instances, the outstanding rates have been paid by the mortgagee to protect their interests. And of the other 4 properties, 21 with a mortgage, 4 without, there's 2 as an investment and 2 as commercial properties, so there are no principal place of residence properties that are on that list without a mortgage, so it's good news. And the recommendation, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Michael. Someone to move, please.
Councillor Hungerford, and seconded by Councillor Dixon.
Thank you. Would you like to open, Councillor Hungerford?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. This is one that Council doesn't enjoy doing, but it's a responsibility. Chapter 4, Part 12, Division 3 of the Local Government Regulation allows for Council to sell properties with unpaid rates for a period of 3 years. As of the 25th of January, there were 56 properties in this category were identified. As of 27th of April, that were 29. I think we just heard before, that's down to 25 now. And there's a process there for going through this. The other important point is over the last 4 years, only 1 property has been auctioned as an outcome of the sale of land procedures, and the property was not occupied. Hopefully the 25 we have there at the moment, we get a similar result, because Council does not enjoy doing this process or selling properties up. We like to work with people to get through that. But it is a responsibility we have under the Act to ensure that the rates are received for the services delivered to properties, and this is a statutory responsibility and not one we enjoy, but we have to do it. So I commend to you, councillors, this is responsible management again of Council's resources and finances.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Just a question for you, Michael, if I can. All of these properties, I assume, have only received a new valuation recently, and that would be the first in the last 3 years, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And I don't know whether you've done this analysis, but I would imagine in that 3 years the increased value of most of these properties would have gone up at the very least modestly and in some cases significantly.
That is correct. Across the board, the valuations are 28% increase, but in certain pockets there's been 80% increase in valuations, and the valuations are undertaken by the Valuer General, which correspond with market value sales that have occurred in that area, so you can deduce that there's been a corresponding increase to the market value of their property.
Yeah, and again, I think it's worth reassuring people and making the point that over the last decade, from my memory, there's been very few properties that have actually ended up going to market. Inevitably, the rates are paid. But this is a process that we need to go through that seems to, it's necessitated by the intransigence of some ratepayers in not paying or finding a means by which council can assist them to clear the debt.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay, any further speakers?
Councillor Suarez would like to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I was probably going to reiterate some of your points. I would just like to, thank the council officers for dealing with this matter in an empathetic way, dealing with residents and property owners who, according to various individual circumstances, have found themselves in this situation, and by providing them some support and also opportunities to maintain and retain their properties going forward. So I'd just like to thank the staff for dealing with this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. If there are no further speakers, I'll go back to Councillor Hungerford to close.
He declines that opportunity.
Rightio, we'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour?
All hands are up in the chamber and online.
That's unanimous. Thank you. The motion's carried. Thank you, Michael, again. Let's move to item 8.10, which is the Think Change, working together for effective travel behaviour change, and I welcome Matthew Pickott to give us a presentation. Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. The Sunshine Coast region prides itself on its lifestyle, competitive advantage and outstanding natural assets. With an increasing population heavily reliant on the private car, these attributes are at threat. Bold action is needed if we are to modify our travel behaviours and achieve a healthier, more connected and sustainable region. That action is Think Change, Council's branded travel behaviour change program. Councillors, it's my pleasure to present to you this report and seek your endorsement for Think Change. Governments within Australia and around the world are recognising travel behaviour change as a key policy piece in achieving sustainable outcomes for the community. Globally, Transport Scotland recently committed to a travel behaviour change program with a target to achieve a 20% reduction in car kilometres by 2030. Nationally, the Australian Government provides guidance on the assessment of voluntary travel behaviour change that leads to a reduced need to travel, reduced dependence on the car and increased physical activity. At the state level, voluntary travel behaviour change programs have been successfully undertaken, demonstrating encouraging results. In Queensland, the Department of Transport and Main Roads recently released its Creating Better Connections for Queenslanders. Implementing a rolling program of travel behaviour change activity is one of its 20 key actions by 2030. We have and will continue to engage with TMR to explore partnership opportunities to deliver travel behaviour change here on the coast. Lastly, Council's integrated transport strategy sets the transport vision for the region and identifies mode shift and a reduction in private car trips as necessary goals to achieve a sustainable region. The development of a travel behaviour change program is a key action fulfilled through Think Change. Think Change is not for Council to deliver on its own. Think Change is focused on designing a program of voluntary travel behaviour change initiatives that empowers residents and visitors to make small beneficial behaviour changes that can lead to large and lasting impact. Council will help catalyse this change. We have learnt through our community engagement that there are many things that can be done to reduce car usage as individuals, businesses and communities, notwithstanding the limitations on the current public transport system. We also know that as investment in the passenger and active transport network occurs over time, there are opportunities to leverage these investments with behaviour change initiatives to maximise their benefits. Endorsement of Think Change will enable transitioning to delivery of the program and realisation of the goals, objectives and outputs on this slide. We know communities and individuals are able to quickly adapt to change and take action accordingly. COVID-19 brought about a huge shift in people's behaviour, such as rethinking how they travel, reducing their trips and work from home. We also know that long-lasting behaviour change typically occurs when individuals, communities and organisations identify ways they can change their habits and behaviours for themselves. This has shaped the Think Change approach. Think Change aims to sustain and enhance the unique lifestyle and environment of the region by facilitating a shift towards more sustainable travel choices. It achieves this by supporting people to think about and plan ways to make their life easier by doing things differently now and into the future. This approach is evidence-based and leads to sustained, long-lasting behaviour change. Over the past 2 years, Council has worked with a multidisciplinary team of technical experts to develop Think Change, led by Ipsos and supported by Concepts of Change and Mott MacDonald, together with advice from Monash University's Behaviour Works, Spur Labs Marketing and Sunshine Coast University. The consortium led a collaborative approach focused on two equally important types of engagement. Engagement with and listening to the community, and engagement with stakeholders from council, state government, non-government organisations, workplaces and schools. The consultation and engagement techniques detailed in Attachment 1 have been comprehensive and were deeply embedded in the program design as shown in this slide. So what did the community tell us and how has it shaped Think Change? We learnt that people can quickly identify what they love about the Sunshine Coast, the lifestyle, beaches, the hinterland, amenity, sense of community. They can also quickly identify traffic as the main negative. People and organisations can also readily identify a problem or issue that would be reduced if people used cars less. When people realise that continuing growth in car use is likely to affect their quality of life, they can easily understand the need for Think Change and its focus. People can also readily answer how they can reduce their car trips and kilometres travelled, and most answers don't rely on mode shift to public transport. There is much that can be done now, such as going to a closer activity, doing something as part of another trip, using online services, sharing a ride, asking a friend or neighbour to do something for you on their trip, or replacing a short car trip with walking, scooting or cycling. Some people may already be implementing this approach without consciously realising it. The Think Change program presented in Appendix A comprises 5 key elements to guide future travel behaviour change investment. These underpin a multi-year rolling program of council-led and partner-led initiatives, together with ways for individuals to rethink their travel options. The focus is on implementing pilot initiatives in the early years, with each initiative occurring over a 6 to 12 month period. The intent is to learn from these pilots, adapt as necessary, and then expand, scale and coordinate initiatives across the region over time. There are 5 early year pilot initiatives that have been developed in collaboration with participating partners that are ready now to transition to delivery. There are 2 council-led initiatives targeting the Maroochydore PDA and Sunshine Coast Stadium. The focus is on reducing car dependency, increasing vehicle occupancy and increasing active and public transport use. The anticipated benefits will be less congestion, less parking overflow and less impact on residents and businesses surrounding the sites. There are 2 partnered school initiatives focused on reducing congestion and encouraging more walking, scooting and cycling at Palmview Primary School and Blow Primary School. There is also a partnered initiative with Stockland, focused on linking Aura residents to local businesses to improve the local economy and greater utilisation of the excellent active transport network. Lastly, individuals in the community don't need to wait to be part of an official Think Change program. There will be advice to assist individuals to rethink, retime, reduce, reroute, or remode some of their car trips. A region-wide marketing and communications program will be progressively rolled out. A soft launch is proposed with a gradual ramp up over time as the program is delivered and learning and successes can be shared. Messaging and communications will be rolled out in accordance with the prepared communications and media plan, including a brochure and updates to Council's website. To help protect the brand, steps are currently underway to trademark the Think Change name and logo within Australia. Following endorsement, there is finalisation work to do with our partners to prepare for delivery. Think Change will now transition to the Transport Infrastructure Management branch for program delivery, sitting within the Travel Behaviour Change team. The Transport Levy will likely fund the majority of Think Change initiatives, including the 5 pilots, as well as specialist skills and experience to support the team. Funding will therefore be limited and be sought annually through the Transport Levy budget process for Council's consideration. Reporting will be through existing channels and information regarding progress will be on the website. This will provide Council the evidence to make informed decisions regarding future funding commitments. Councillors, Think Change is an exciting opportunity to position Council as one of the leaders in Australia in supporting a reduction of private car use through a collaborative approach of working together with the community for effective travel behaviour change. The recommendation is as per this slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthew. Someone to move the report, please.
Mr Mayor, I understand Councillor Babarowski would like to move this one, and I'm happy to second.
Thank you. Would you like to open, Councillor Babarowski, please?
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, and thank you to the officers. Councillors, look, I think we all deeply understand we're all very much creatures of habit, and we also deeply understand that the Think Change program is no substitute for understanding that our region needs considerable investment in transport infrastructure. But after 2 years of consultation and the development of as I think you will see, a very comprehensive program, we do recognise that we can all help if we think change, review the way that we move around our amazing region, and collectively make some small or large changes to the way we do things to both improve the efficiency of our transport networks and the way we use it and be more sustainable. I can only feel the privilege and honour of being the transport portfolio in a council that takes so seriously its responsibilities to maintain our lifestyle region. So, councillors, I'd like you to consider the officer recommendation and receive and note the report and endorse the Travel Behaviour Change Program. Appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Babarowski. Go to Councillor Dixon.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess the first thing I want to acknowledge is that it'd be very easy for Council and our staff in the transport team to give up on this because it's a difficult one, and I think it's easy to be very critical of the team because the wins do take time, and they're not working on their own. They're working with other levels of government who are responsible for public transport. Some would say Council shouldn't even be in this realm, but I would disagree with that, and I'd say that our work is imperative, and for those reasons outlined in the report. Just a few thoughts on my behalf. Do we need to drive? If COVID has taught us anything, there's opportunities to work on Teams, remotely Zoom from home, removing cars from the road and potentially having some of those vehicles stay home from the home office. Even myself recently, I did my tax really late. My accountant rang me up and said, listen, your tax is due on the 16th of May, you better get it in. So I did, and I spent my tax return on a scooter. I bought an electric scooter. And I get to leave my car at home a lot now because Division 6 is relatively flat, and it's actually much quicker to get out on some of the footpaths and just cruise along to people's homes. And you see a lot more when you're out and about too. So you talk about that experience of getting out and seeing things. Yeah, it's really changed my view of the world because I'm not just focused on speed limits and the traffic environment. I'm actually getting out and seeing things. My office is a little bit saddened because they're getting more CRMs in the process because I am seeing a lot more. But one thing I do notice is some of the easy things that we could activate to really get younger people and families out and about. And I'll give you some examples. So Palmview, brand new residential estate, very difficult to cross roads. So if we actually use the current engineering standards that we approve and developers build upon the spec, we've got pedestrian refuges on roundabouts, shielded by trees and visibility is poor. Residents do ask me, Christian, why didn't council just fight harder to get pedestrian crossings removed from the roundabouts further up with your wombat crossing and overhead lighting? And I think, you know what, they're probably right, because in the scheme of things, you talk about what stops people from safely sending their kids to school, and more times than not, it's accessibility. And Brightwater is a perfect example. So Mountain Creek, Brightwater, I know they've got the Ride School program where kids can ride to school. The number one issue from parents is crossing roads. And I know that council has retrofitted some pedestrian crossings, but there's a lot more opportunity for us to make it even safer. So it's those type of things that we think about. It's not always as easy as blaming the state government and saying you need a better bus service. Whilst there is time for that, I think there's a lot of onus on us as a council to actually start looking at built infrastructure and providing better services. We do cycle lanes fantastic, and I know we're going to spend millions of dollars in Division 6 on cycle lanes and build more of them, which are great. But I think there's some low-hanging fruit for us to recalibrate, you know, where can we actually do a better job of getting people safely to school? And an example I gave last week in council, I think when we had a draft roads plan come to us, it was interesting in watching two different developers at Palmview and how they've done development. And there's a developer called Peet, P-E-E-T, and their development is primarily based around the Palmview Special School and the primary school and the high school that's under construction. And they've managed to put in these beautiful boulevards of pedestrian crossings, great overhead lighting, no trees that prohibit view, and their development is primarily focused on getting younger people and pedestrians to the school. And that is just done so well. So if we can take a leaf out of not only what the developer's doing, but what we've approved there and roll that out in the region, I know that's going to cost money and it's going to take time to retrofit, but these are some of the core wins that we will get immediately tomorrow. So I am asking, cap in hand for more funding to be allocated in future budgets to improve pedestrian safety. But then again, I sympathise with some of my rural councillors, and when I talk to Suarez, Councillor Suarez, she tells me, Christian, you've got footpaths. I've got areas where I can't even ride, I can't walk. If people step out onto onto state roads on the Sunshine Coast, it's dangerous. I wouldn't even let my own kids ride there. And they're the type of things that you really think about, because they're the places that we need to start putting more effort, whether that's advocacy to other levels of government or actually stumping up public money to make it happen. I think the rubber hits the road when we're delivering that infrastructure. My last point...
Do you need an extension?
Oh no, Mr. Mayor, I'll just wrap up by saying it's a fantastic project. We need to be in this space, and I can't get behind this enough. So please let me know what support you need from me, and I'm happy to drive change.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going now to Councillor Cox, then Suarez, Johnston, Moore.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. When I was reading through the report, one of the things that really jumped out to me was when people were asked about the main negative about living on the Sunshine Coast, traffic was the answer in over 80% of the cases. So when we, as a council, understand that, this travel behaviour change program really aligns with our ambition to be Australia's most sustainable region. Obviously, it's supported by the corporate plan, our operational plan, planning schemes and our integrated transport strategy. And there's this real consistency with those higher level documents. Being one of the coastal councillors, I see that one of the biggest threats to our lifestyle is the significant increases in congestion and travel time. And that is probably one of the number one things that I keep hearing from our community. So by being proactive in this space and being ahead of probably those challenges which are yet to be amplified, I just see that as being a responsive council and trying to be proactive. Finally, I just wanted to thank all the people and the team that was behind this plan, and you know, they've been the ones really driving this conversation. So I just wanted to say to those in the project steering group, the working group, especially our external stakeholders, and as well as our community participants, I really just thank you, and I really look forward to this becoming embedded in our Sunshine Coast community's way of thinking. So I will be supporting this here today.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Matthew and Nick Cooney and Tom Jamieson for the work that you've done on this travel change behaviour program. I think it's a fantastic initiative of Council. And thank you to Councillor Dixon for the shout out of my common complaints within Division 9. However, the challenge for Division 9 is to choose alternative modes of transport safely, and that's often linked to infrastructure projects, which was highlighted previously. But that being said, I know you review schools, particularly schools, as a priority, and Bly State School was one of the fortunate ones that had a number of infrastructure projects carried out. And while I don't have the statistics on students walking to school, and the student walk to school day was cancelled because of the rain, the Ride School program, I'm seeing increased participation in that. So that wouldn't have been able to occur, I don't think, unless those infrastructure upgrades had been carried out. Also, Peregian State School, when I first came into council in 2020, I was given the statistic that 80% of students that lived within 1 kilometre of the school were driven to school. They have one of the most successful Ride Schools numbers in the program of schools that are participating, so I congratulate the community there for undertaking those active travel behaviour changes. And while the project sort of focuses on new developments, there is the opportunity for existing residential areas to participate in this. I have a number of very active community groups in Division 9 who have a very strong desire to have active transport in their areas, and some of those communities are the Peregian Family and Friends community. We've got some works in the pipeline in conjunction with Noosa Council. We have Coolum Residents Association working hand in hand with Coolum Business and Tourism, and it's not just a focus on school children, it's a focus on adults and retirees who would like to ride their bikes to and from work, medical appointments, shopping, all of that sort of thing. And also the Bly Community Association, who would like to have some active transport linkages that link their community through to the coastal area, which provides them better access to public transport and also recreational activities. So I commend you on the report. I support the report, and if there's anything that I can do to assist in getting my communities on board with this active travel change behaviour program and think a little differently, maybe they're not quite aware of some opportunities that are available to them, I put my hand up and will wholeheartedly support the team. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. We'll go to Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to thank Matthew a lot and the entire team for putting forward this proposal, or this behavioural change plan. I'm really very impressed with it. I'd just like to say that whilst I realise that there are a lot of people who live in the coastal area who need this significant improvement, to provide, because a lot of it's fairly flat, so it's easy to walk, it's easy to cycle, etc., etc. And there's already a degree of public transport. However, we mustn't just let it go and accept what we've got. There's a lot of improvements that need to be made. There's a lot of retrofitting that needs to be done. And when it comes to north of the Maroochydore River and west of the Bruce Highway, there is a significant absence of footpaths in some of the towns, and particularly connecting footpaths to the schools. And one of the things that I get regularly talked to about is that where there are footpaths for disabled people or people on scooters or people with mobility vehicles, when they go on the footpaths and they go down through the gutter, from the footpath down through the gutter and onto the bitumen, it's too steep. And there's need for us to do something about a lot of those sort of things. And in other words, we need to retrofit a lot of those access points. And I understand that it's a brave person indeed in the hinterland that rides bicycles. And generally, the children are not allowed to do so. But it'd be good if we could find ways of putting in more safe cycling in the hinterland. The matter of public transport is always a sore point with a lot of people in the hinterland. The problem is, I think that we often have to travel quite a distance, and the schedules for the transport buses mean that you have to go a roundabout way to get somewhere, so it makes it very difficult. And the only way, sadly, that that's going to improve, most likely, is if the population in those areas increase, and the public just don't generally want significant population increases in those areas. They'd like to retain the lifestyle that they have. So I'd just like to encourage councillors to vote for this, and also encourage council officers to look at the hinterland areas and the areas north of the Maroochydore River to see what can be done to improve the mobility of people in those areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. We'll move to Councillor Law.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. This is excellent. When I first, probably 3 years ago, went through the integrated active transport strategy, I was really looking for ways for how do we make that happen and make it real. And I know that you've been challenged with a whole range of things to get to this point today, but thank you for getting here. And as you say in the report, bold action is needed. Absolutely it is. If we can do this, and if we can make that happen and get people out of their vehicles and reduce those vehicle trips down to 70%, then we'll really start to make progress. And we can see and we know that it is possible if we've got the right determination to see through on this report, and maybe also consider a couple of other things as well. But other benefits we don't think of: reduced emissions. We've got an increasing population, and if we carry on using cars at the current rate, well, not only will we not get anywhere and we'll be gridlocked, but we're increasing emissions. So we have to reduce transport journeys at a greater rate than the population increases. All things that are possible. We want to maintain and survive and keep our beautiful environment and livability. This will help us do that. I just want to share a couple of points that I haven't seen come through in the programme, because it doesn't actually consider safety so much. I think it's really important that we have a transport network, and an active transport network that as much as possible provides a separated network. The reasons for saying that is we've spoken about riding bikes, and you can ride bikes in the hinterland. Yes, there are hills, but hills are good and they're a lot of fun, especially coming down them. However, the biggest challenge is it's not safe to do it. Now, it's not because the roads are not safe, it's because the other road users do not respond correctly and appropriately to people who are using their bike or walking. In the last few months, we have seen a number of people die on the Sunshine Coast roads who are not in a vehicle, They're on the side of the road, and for whatever reason, and I don't know the outcome of any investigations, but for whatever reasons, people have been hit by other vehicles and killed. And my sympathy goes to those families involved. But that is a fact of being outside of a vehicle on our roads and on our footpaths on the Sunshine Coast at the moment. And I don't think that comes down to the way we build a road, construct a road. It comes down to driver behaviour. And for me, the little piece, and it's only a tiny piece that's missing from this programme, is changing the behaviour of every individual when they get behind the wheel of a car. And that will accelerate the opportunity to achieve these targets beyond what we'll achieve by building a road or building a footpath. There are not many people who realise it is legal to ride two bicycles side by side on a road as long as you're 1.5 metres apart. And if you look at driver behaviour around people who are doing that, riding their bicycle along the road, and watch how close cars try to get to those cyclists, and the number of times that they blare their horn and yell out the window, it's unacceptable. And I think we need to look at safety and what people do when they get behind the wheel of their vehicle so that we can encourage people in active transport. If the speed limit is 60 kilometres, you must pass a cyclist by 1 metre. Whenever the speed goes over 60 kilometres, it must be more than 1.5 metres. It's not happening. There are people out there on the Sunshine Coast roads who deliberately get close to cyclists. And in recent times, we've had people killed on the roads who are riding their bike due to poor driver behaviour. And I'll share with you that I have actually had the experience of being hit by a car while riding a bike, and it's not a pleasant experience. I wasn't actually knocked off and I didn't particularly get hurt. The vehicle came off worse than me in this instance, but it certainly made me think twice about getting on a bike, to go to work, to exercise, to enjoy the stunning countryside of the Sunshine Coast. Yes, it was reported to QPS, but there's not a lot they can do, because things happen quickly and you don't know who does it. But I would like you to please consider, how do we include in this programme, and sorry to be so late in the day with this, but how do we include in the programme changing the behaviour of people when they get behind the wheel of their car? And I think that will go a long way to increasing and enhancing our expenditure and our efforts and our abilities when we go out and build roads and pathways. So I will be supporting what you've done because it's brilliant. I would just like us to have a look at how do we incorporate that into the programme going forward. I'd like us as a council to look at our road budget. It's one of the biggest budgets we have to build, improve, look after roads. How about we match the 30% of people on active transport and public transport with a 30% increase to our funding of the active transport network across the whole coast? We have to build roads to let people get where they're going and reduce congestion, I get that. But let's have a look at how we can use our budget more wisely to achieve better outcomes at a faster rate on the active transport network. That's probably an issue for us in the next 12 months to 2 years. But if we're serious about leading our community in changing their behaviour and following up on what we would like them to do, we need to follow that with our own actions and deeds. And just to finish off...
Councillor Law, do you have more time?
30 seconds?
Okay, fire away.
Thank you. In Holland at the moment, you can do a 90k bike ride between towns and cities, and only 5 kilometres of that will be spent on a road. So we've got a lot we can aspire to. Thank you very much. I'm supporting this, and I hope everyone else does.
Thank you, Councillor Law. There are no further speakers. I'm going to go back to Councillor Babarowski to close.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, and thank you very much to the councillors for their very well-observed comments and observations about the need to obviously improve our active transport network and our public transport network, service standards, convenience, frequency, all those things. But I think what I was hearing overall is that this Think Change program is very much needed as part of our integrated transport strategy. We've taken it incredibly seriously, and I'd like to again acknowledge, as a lot of councillors did, and thank the staff for working so well with the agencies and the community to develop a program that has a really good shot at making a significant difference. We all do recognise we are in a very large region, size of a small country, so the infrastructure needed to really provide an alternative network to the private car network is going to be costly and take time. And the alternative is that we risk a future of incredibly bad spiralling congestion, which we're already experiencing. We do have to remind ourselves that it is up to us. And the Think Change program is designed to help us reconsider our travel behaviour and the patterns that you habitually develop for all sorts of understandable reasons, and just reconsider them. And if we all make some degree of change, whether it's small, medium or large, the aggregated effect will be that we will buy ourselves more time as we grow as a region to get the public transport infrastructure to the right standards of service. But also, as many of you have observed, it'll remind us that really other modes of transport or travel could well be better, healthier, more sustainable, and all those things. So again, I congratulate the team, thank them for their dedication and the intelligence and commitment they brought to this, the development of this program, this Think Change program. And again, councillors, like many of you have said, I'd like you to consider supporting the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Babarowski. We'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes, everyone in the chamber, hands up. And I just can't see Councillor Babarowski. Oh, there he is, yes. Online as well.
That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Matt, for your presentation. Councillors, we'll move now to item 8.11, which is the Local Government Infrastructure Plan Interim Amendment. And the presentation is going to be given by Mr. Nick Cooney. I just wanted to recognise the moment because this, given Nick's intention to retire at the end of June, after 36 years with Council, this will be his last report to Council. And in fact, it will be his 91st report over a 36-year period, many of which I think have probably been in the back end of that, Nick. I think I'd be right in saying that because it's certainly in my 10 years with Council, I've certainly seen plenty of reports from Nick. So, Nick, we take the opportunity to wish you well and thank you for the great enthusiasm and consideration to which you brought in presenting all your reports. And I expect a very similar presentation today. I think we might start Nick off with a round of applause, eh? Over to you, Nick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good afternoon, councillors. I'll speak to the Local Government Infrastructure Plan Interim Amendment Report, and commencing with the purpose. So the purpose of this report is twofold. In firstly, speaking to Council's endorsement to prepare and progress an interim amendment to the Local Government Infrastructure Plan. And of course, that'll be done in accordance with the Minister's guidelines and rules. And secondly, looking for Council's endorsement to commence a 5-year major review of the Local Government Infrastructure Plan. And the two are joined at the hip, but it's almost a progression of one to the other. As an overview and considering first the interim amendment, the legislation requires Council's formal endorsement be obtained when seeking to carry out an interim amendment to a Local Government Infrastructure Plan, hence this report. For background, Council adopted the current Local Government Infrastructure Plan in 2018, and that was midway through the first cohort because in the infrastructure plan you'd be aware that our projects are scheduled for delivery by way of 5-year cohorts, 16 to 21, 21 to 26 and 26 to 31. So we're looking back at that first 5-year cohort as we move forward. The projects listed in Schedule 3 have timeframes that reflect those cohorts, and the interim amendment proposes to update the currency and relevance of projects, recognise the projects that were constructed in the first cohort, and updating the timing and the costings of projects plan for the period 2021 to 2031. It's considered appropriate to list the projects that are the result of a check against what's been delivered and refreshed on what is possible for delivery in the remaining 10 years, because things have changed since we initially brought the plan to you and the community for adoption. Costs have changed, more information is available on projects. So we've looked at what's been delivered. We're looking to see what can be delivered in the next 10 years, and there are some movements within those cohorts, and some projects have moved outside that 21 to 31 time frame. But we'll still deliver projects to a committed budget level of council. The interim amendment will look at projects, but it won't look to review the desired standards of service, the priority infrastructure area, or population and employment forecasting, as those changes would be outside the limits of an interim amendment. So, coming back to the other part of this project, so the interim amendments there, then there's the 5-year major review. So for context, I've mentioned that the interim amendment satisfies the management of the LGIP as council progresses towards the development of a new planning scheme, and with that will be a new local government infrastructure plan. So in order to develop a new local government infrastructure plan, council is required to undertake a major review, establishing the platform for the development of that new local government infrastructure plan. So that major review is close to being due, and because it's approaching 5 years since the LGIP and the cohorts that I mentioned earlier were adopted. So notwithstanding the requirement by the state that we do a major review, we're required to come back, I'm required to come back to you and seek formal decision to undertake that major review. So hence recommendation D in the report. It's worth noting that the extent of a local government infrastructure planning activity in play by council aligns with the acknowledgement by the Department of State Development, Infrastructure, Local Government and Planning. They oversee that we are complying with the requirements of legislation and the Minister's guidelines and rules. So they've said, if you have activity around reviewing your infrastructure plan, while it might be 2024 when the next LGIP is adopted, the fact that you've commenced the process satisfies their requirements on council. And it also makes perfect sense as we've got a new planning scheme coming. So all the planets are aligning there. So I'll talk to, in the interim amendment, the amendments of note and just touching on those. So there's an update of the schedule of works, which reflects what I said earlier, to talk to those projects completed in 2016 to 2021, and then to reprioritise and update the network planning into those next 2 cohorts. Where applicable, revised project costs have been included to reflect updated planning and valuations. Additional stormwater quality network projects identified from recently completed master draining studies. If I said quality, then I meant quantity. So additional stormwater quantity network projects have resulted from those master stormwater draining studies, and they've been added to the schedule of works because we brought those to you, and a number of those have been adopted, and that's informed this adjustment in the stormwater network area. Consolidation of co-located sports and recreational parks into the recreation and sports precinct, and the project at Honey Farm Road is combining sport and rec, and it's only practical then to reflect that in the LGIP. So that's part of an amendment that's here. These changes to the projects, where applicable, require an update of the local government infrastructure plan maps, and that the changes there are consistent with the changes we make to projects, and as well as in the documentation it shows a listing of the projects. It also has a reference to the maps, so that's part of the amendments that we will be considering today, and that hopefully we will take to the community for their consideration. So in the report, the significant component of the report is Appendix A, which is the amendment instrument. And in that Appendix A, all the changes that are being considered for consideration for adoption to go to consultation are listed there in a format that aligns with the state government's requirements. So it opens with an amendment table which lists and describes the changes. And if you've had the opportunity to go through the report and that appendix, this will make perfect sense to you. So the amendment table, it lists and describes the changes at a higher level than by project. It's then followed by two sub-appendices, A and B. Sub-appendix A, which essentially contains the complete Local Government Infrastructure Plan Part 4 of the planning scheme and the Schedule 3 tables, provide the amended textual information. And as presented, the amendments are identified via track changes, so it's easy to see the changes that we've made. Within sub-appendix A, under the Schedule SC 3.2 and the Schedule of Works, the Schedule of Trunk projects that are provided there cover stormwater networks, road network, active transport network, and parks and land for community facilities networks. And they are the networks that are available to Council to include in a local government infrastructure plan and to direct revenue from infrastructure charges towards providing or delivering the trunk projects that are there. And in that table that's there, it provides a description of the project, the establishment cost, the estimated cost, the estimated time for delivery by cohort, and a map reference and tile for spatial identification. And that's where sub-appendix B comes in. It then provides the proposed changes presented spatially as extracts of the map changes. And there are many more maps in the Local Government Infrastructure Plan. We've only done extracts of maps where a change has been made to the Schedule of Works. There are additionally other minor changes associated with the administrative amendment to the growth projection tables, but they're just administrative changes. We've added a note around the park's desired standards of service and the list of extrinsic material that links to that co-location of the sport and rec component. So moving to implementation, it's proposed that an explanatory note be developed, and we've commenced that, that will explain the proposed amendment for anyone from the community who then, following notification that we're doing this, will be able to follow that explanatory note, move through Appendix A, the Schedule of Works, and updated material and the mapping document. So we'll explain very clearly how they can access that information, and if they wish to seek clarification, there'll be a link to talk to the branch. All of this will be made available to the public for the 15 Business A public consultation, and that's the base requirement by the state government for a minor amendment to a local government infrastructure plan. When we go to the full review of the local government infrastructure plan, there'll be significant community consultation. The whole range of projects, priority infrastructure area, desired standards of service, everything will be up for discussion with the community. And a whole new range of, I won't say a whole new range of projects, but there'll be new projects, there'll be adjustments to schedules and so on. All of that will be a significant community consultation. This check, a refresh of the local government infrastructure plan, requires an ad in the local paper, 15 business days community consultation or public consultation. But we'll make a point that on our website, there'll be the Have Your Say platform and other opportunities as advised by Council's media and marketing team. So we're moving along that consultation side and talking to media and marketing. So we've also, as part of making this minor amendment, done what we're required to do and talk to state agencies and major utilities to see that they have no issues with our changes as it reflects their infrastructure schedules and rollout. So they've signed off on that already. So councillors, the recommendation is before you on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick, very much. Someone to move, please.
Councillor Hungerford to move and Councillor Dixon to second.
Thank you. Would you like to open, Councillor Hungerford?
Through you, Mr Mayor, this is very straightforward. We're doing this to meet our responsibilities and compliance requirements in monitoring and managing our local government infrastructure plan. The plan was adopted in 2018 and is required to be renewed every 5 years. That is almost due now. The plan has a 15-year planning horizon, of which 5 years has passed, with 10 years remaining. The changes are limited but necessary to see the schedule of projects aligned with best value moving forward. Is it still in line with where we are today? That's what that's saying. Recognising that a major review and development of a new local government infrastructure plan will take place in parallel with development of the new planning scheme. That makes sense, because the two will reflect each other. Now, the new planning scheme is planned for adoption in early 2024. So the infrastructure plan needs to be upgraded and in line with the new town plan to be relevant. So this report merely seeks council's approval to place the minor amendment on public display as required in the state government's requirements, but it also seeks council's approval to undertake the major review and to allow for the development of a new local government infrastructure plan in parallel with drafting the new town plan. So this is very sensible and prudent to make sure it's up to date and relevant to what the new town plan will say. So I commend this to you, councillors. This is just normal responsibility of council, but very responsible in getting it right. Because this is what, over 600 million worth of infrastructure planning in there into the future. We need to ensure that it's up to date and relevant with what the new town plan says. So this is very prudent to do this and go forward and have the two done together. And so I commend this to you. This is very responsible.
Thank you, Councillor Hungerford. Is Councillor Natoli down to speak? Was that from the last round?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nick, thank you very much for the work that you've done over the years with council and your professional advice and commitment to this organisation, to our community. It's just been outstanding, so thank you. I want to just focus on the next 5 years in terms of the review. The previous report talked about active transport and trying to get our community to get out of cars and to get into other modes, being able to help them either get to public transport or be able to just use other modes like bicycles, electric scooters, walking. And Councillor Dixon made a very good point in regards to half the issues that we have is safety, trying to get people to actually move and have the confidence that they can allow their children or even their families to be able to use our footpaths, our bikeways, and be able to get through to their final destination safely. I have an incredible backlog of pedestrian crossings in my division, which is frustrating because we've got no money in our budgets to capital work budgets for pedestrian crossings. And I know in 4th Avenue I've committed to design using my minor capital works little amount that I've got to do design work, but they've been asking for that since 2009, and yet there's backlog of footpaths and connecting pathways and safe crossings, which for me, I think our review should really seriously look at how we can use that review and incorporate significant upgrades to our networks to allow that safety aspect in there. Now, I know we've had this discussion before, and I know that it becomes a problem, but I think if the government's going to be serious about us trying to encourage people out of cars, we've got to do more in the framework, and our budgets just do not allow us to be able to make a sizable contribution to improving that network and that safety. And my fear is that until we do that, we're probably going to get resistance in people moving out of their cars and being able to move into other modes. That's just my thoughts, but I would love to think that we could challenge the government and even challenge the way forward and start to incorporate, some of these missing links that we've got in our community all over the place.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go now to Councillor Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and obviously it goes without saying, Nick, thank you for your contribution. I've worked with you for about 15 years now, and the council is going to be losing a lot of corporate knowledge and experience when Mr. Cooney departs. So I understand why you're doing it. It's been a labour of love for you because you are very passionate. the technical knowledge that you have has just been fundamental to informing a lot of strategies in council. So you will be missed. Mr. Mayor, if I can just encourage residents to review this document, if they haven't reviewed it today in the lead up to today's meeting, go and read the attachments, because it's often that I get asked, you know, where are my rates going? What are you doing? What's happening in the community? And it can be difficult to present a capital works program to show residents what's actually happening on the ground. But if they go through the attachment folders and documents, you'll actually see the amount of work that's scheduled to happen in this region. And not just figures and budgetary amounts, but it actually breaks it down what's happening in each local area. And I'll give you an example. So Sippy Downs and Buderim, Councillor Hungerford and I are pretty keen to see some local road upgrades. And this document tells you, you know, when, where, how much. And looking at the figures, parks and community facilities, $423 million. Pathways and cycleways, $56 million. Roads and transport upgrades, 367, and stormwater and drainage, 95. So it's about $940 million in works in that schedule alone. So when you think about, hey, my local park's getting a $50,000 upgrade, or we're doing some road works in the local community, they're just some of the day-to-day things we do. If you look at the schedule of works, this tells you clearly and itemises major projects in the region. So it's actually good to see not just what we're talking about in media releases at budgets, but see what we're committed to, not just spending in terms of ratepayer dollar, but holding developers accountable as well to pay for their fair share in the LGIM. Nick, this is a great body of work, and it can be confusing to read through because there's a lot there. But the most important point is that this is an evolution model. We need to review this again in the new town plan because things will change. If densities go down, things change. If densities go up, things change. The document even talks about the forecast modelling to do with people. We talk about the GFA and office space and commercial and residential. This is all calculated. There's no guessing games here. This is a very accurate model that needs to be refined. Again, great work, and we'd expect nothing less from you, Mr. Cooney, and congratulations on your efforts to council, serving the community, and all the best in your retirement.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Go to Councillor Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to reiterate the other councillors' comments. Nick, I haven't known you for as long as some of the others. I've always found you very professional, very polite, very forthright, which I appreciate as well. I hope it wasn't anything I said as to the reason why you're leaving council. I just actually have one question for you, which was about the 15 days of community consultation on this interim proposal. When will that occur? When is that scheduled to occur if this report gets endorsed?
Through the Chair, we will go now to meeting management and refine the documentation that we would to make the announcement, but we would look to commence the 15 days in approximately a week's time.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to alert my community for exactly the reasons that Councillor Dixon has outlined in terms of the information that's available to them. Thank you, Nick.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could, I will send a note to councillors advising of that action.
Thank you.
Rightio, there are no further speakers. I'll go back to Councillor Hungerford to close.
Mr. Mayor, before we go to the closing, I understand that Councillor Babarowski might be wanting to ask a question or speak to this particular item.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Babarowski, fire away.
Look, not at all, and thank you for the indulgence, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to again recognise the contribution of Nick Cooney over now like 10 years with council, and it's been my privilege with the transport portfolio in particular to work with him, but particularly on his engineering background or qualifications and background to apply those skill sets and experience to things like the infrastructure plan that we've all benefited from over the years. So again, Nick, you're a terrific bloke and a remarkably good officer. I'm very sorry in one way to see you leaving, but I completely love the fact that you've chosen to leave when it's appropriate for you. Well, thank you for the report. I think, again, it's my pleasure to support your final recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Councillor Hungerford, anything more you want to add?
Through you, Mr Mayor, this is straightforward. I'd also like to congratulate Nick. Was that 36 years? It's about the same time I started with council back when I was a field worker, and I remember you being in the office down at Boyses Road when I was first working down there. So where does that time go? That's 36 years. Did 18 there and now I've done 18 here, so that's a pretty big thing, but you've been there the whole time. I remember you were already there when I worked there. And I remember working with you then. You were in the office and you had projects in the field, and now I've worked you within council, and you, as Christian said, you were going to be very missed, and your corporate knowledge is enormous. And I always go to you for questions when we're coming up to a meeting. I've rung you a few times. I do thank you for that, for your help and advice and things, and I actually wish you all the best in your retirement. Otherwise, we put this to council, being your last report to council, and it's a very sound one, I can tell you. And thank you for your efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hungerford. We'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes, all hands are in the chamber are up, as well as those online.
Okay, that motion is carried unanimously. Now, councillors, just when we thought Nick was gone, he's got one more report to go, item 812.
Yeah.
But we've actually got 3 items to go for the rest of the meeting. I was going to suggest we perhaps let Nick finish this one and then we'll take a lunch break. So over to you again, Nick. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And councillors, thank you very much for your comments.
Excuse me, Nick, I believe that Councillor Winston might have a declaration to make on this particular item.
Yes, thank you. And Mr Mayor, if you're going to go to lunch straight after this, can Lauren or someone text me whenever lunch is finished, please?
Yes.
Right, thank you. I, Councillor Winston Johnson, notify that I have a declarable conflict of interest in item 8.12 to be considered at the ordinary meeting on Thursday, 26th of May 2022, due to my wife and I being the owners of property at 12 Baldwin Street, Caloundra, which is included in the map for the Caloundra area. I will exclude myself from the meeting while this matter is being discussed and the vote is taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. And we'll come back to you as soon as this is completed. On that note, I'll hand over to Nick for his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And I'll talk to the Infill Development Incentives Policy Extension Report, which looks to provide a second extension of this policy. The Infill Development Incentives Policy was adopted by Council in June 2017, and it was prompted by Unity Water seeking to maximise connections to its existing network. Unity Water sought Council's support through having a matching infill incentives policy. Council acknowledged and supported the proposal put by Unity Water. 2 major centres were identified as most in need of investment, focusing on job creation that could benefit from an incentives policy. And those centres were Caloundra and Nambour. The initial policy ran for 2 years and was extended in May 2019 for a further 3 years to June 2022. The initial policy extension was prompted by a clause in the policy. It did not have a further prompt, but I felt that it, rather than let the policy just go off into the sunset, that it was a worthy policy that should be brought before Council for consideration of an extension. Now, there's been limited uptake to date, with only just under 2 million approved and under about $500,000 recognised for completed projects. And the policy has the ability to go to a $10 million infill incentive cap. So that hasn't been taken up. If there is an extension, there would be around $8 million still available under the initial policy proposal. There has been suggestions that perhaps it's a failed policy, but I think that there's simply a lack of other financial attractors supporting business cases. And I think that to keep a policy like this in place has a positive comment coming from council and provides potential developers with a worthy infrastructure relief by reducing their charge by half if they have a qualifying project. Now, in this table here, which is in the report, it reflects what I was just saying. So you can see there, under the value of incentives, an approved just under $2 million has been approved to applicants. They get the benefit of that when they complete their development. So $500,000 worth of infrastructure charge relief has been provided, and there's still nearly $1.5 million that's on the books available. And of course, there's nearly $8 million should council wish to extend this policy. The areas in the initial policy remain the areas still proposed. The NAMBOR designated area is provided as such in the report, in the policy, and similarly for Caloundra. So where development in the areas identified looks to double the existing demand, so if they double the area of GFA and such in that defined area, they will attract a 50% reduction in their infrastructure charge. That's the essence of the policy, but it's also topped up with a stage payment offer that should the developer, as well as having their infrastructure charges halved, they can pay those charges off over about 3 years at 6 monthly payments. So that's what the policy offers. So I think it's a worthy one to keep in place for the two centres we've identified to make the business community aware that that level of support remains. And the policy recommendation is as you see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Someone to move, please.
Councillor Landsberg, and seconded by Councillor Law.
Would you like to open, Councillor Landsberg, please?
Thank you, through the chair. No, thank you, Nick. Thank you for bringing this policy to council and the recommendations. It has been slow on the uptake, and obviously you can understand with investment across the region, and now we see, and only just recently I received an inquiry whether this infill policy was going to be extended. So I would like to see the support from council for this. I know we have had some issues with a couple of proposals that were right on the boundary of this policy and previously. I don't know whether you want to comment on that, Nick, in regards to any flexibility moving forward, but it is a priority for us to use existing, especially Unity Water assets. I see that Unity Water are having their meeting in May to determine whether they will decide to support this. And so if you wanted to sort of reply to that question as well, Nick. But look, I think there's no doubt that any support we see for Nambour and Caloundra moving forward is an absolute priority for us. The applications that we've seen come through of 19 and 15 approved. I know there's been only a couple in Nambour, but you know, to the market out there, it's the confidence that we actually put to investors, and this is a great stepping stone to continue on for council.
Thank you.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, the issue of delineation for eligibility, as I see this, and the same cuts across our infrastructure charges resolution, that council approves for my branch to administer a policy that talks to millions and millions of dollars. So we're very careful to abide by the preciseness of the policy as it's put to council, so that we don't open up an opportunity for the development industry to say we're not consistent, that we're not fair, it's not equitable, and so on. So the policy, this particular one for infill incentives, there were requests both in Caloundra and Nambour for developments outside the defined area, and the question, I believe, the answer to those queries rightly is to say no, that those areas were identified. There was a significant thought went into them by council at the first instance, and we were looking for investment in the centres where long-term employment would be the significant outcome of the incentive policy. So whether it's infrastructure charges or this to the side, an infill incentives using charges, we're very, very careful to stay with exactly what council provides. And that way, developers won't be asking to have matters brought before a council meeting to start considering infrastructure charges development by development. They're well aware that this council has clear and precise policies, and we apply them precisely the way that council's given us the authority to do so.
Thank you, Nick. Question from Councillor Law, and then, Councillor Law wants to speak, then Councillor Cox, and then a question from Councillor Babroston.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I might actually just start with a couple of questions, if I may. Nick, do you anticipate support from Unity Water for them to also continue with the programme for the 3-year extension?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that was another part of the question earlier. Look, Unity Water contacted me to ask what we were doing on this policy, and I said, well, a report's been drafted, and I was just about to talk to them. Well, I had mentioned to them a month or two before, so I confirmed that a report was coming to council. It was going to their board in May. That's as I was told by Unity Water. I'm expecting to be advised on the outcome of that, and I think there's a good chance they will, but it's not a certainty because they've asked for information to make a decision on whether they will.
Thank you for that. And subject to the decision we arrive at today, if it's permissible, would encourage you to advocate on our behalf for them to also continue with this policy. Since we first spoke about this, I think when I came to council, this was almost one of the first things that we actually considered was extending this program this policy for another 2 years. And it's been a challenge and a battle to use it and to help encourage investment, certainly in Nambour, and I understand Councillor Terry's had similar challenges as well. And I've been thinking, well, what are the right policies and settings that we need in Nambour for the investment to encourage people to either bring forward plans for land and property that they already own, or to be able to encourage that they will come and consider their enterprise or their endeavours in Nambour because of policy settings such as this one. So while with all of the work that we have done in the last 2 years, and we've already spoken a couple of times about other opportunities and incentives for Nambour, this isn't the right time to withhold this policy and bring it to an end. That would send the wrong message of trying to maintain and sustain the confidence that Nambour is a very important part of the Sunshine Coast and is a very worthwhile and valuable place for someone to consider investing and setting up and starting their business. And if you think of the whole of the Nambour precinct, we do have a rail connection. We do have a reasonable bus transport interchange right beside the railway. And we have certainly got access to a good supply of employment, with it being a very attractive place for young families to come and live as well in the developments that are happening around Nambour. So Nambour has got a great future. This is a part of sustaining those opportunities for people to consider coming and starting their business or starting their endeavours and enterprise in this area. So I urge your support, please, today, because this isn't the moment to withhold or to end the policy for the benefit of Nambour and also Caloundra. So thank you very much for bringing this to us, Mr. Cooney, and for recommending an extension. And my first time to speak in your final couple of reports. Congratulations on the work you've done, and thank you for your support to me and all things Division 10 and Nambour over the last 2 years. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Law. We'll go to Councillor Cox.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm rising because I'd like to give the Chamber a bit of an explanation if I'm not going to be supporting a particular item on our agenda. And I've previously twice supported this particular policy and the goals of this incentive scheme. but I don't feel it's quite achieved the desired outcomes, and we've heard a little bit of the explanation to that today. Look, since the pandemic began, the Sunshine Coast has consistently been rated as one of the shining stars in the property market, and that's both in Queensland and nationally. Of the opinion that this incentive scheme has little bearing on whether a developer proceeds with their plans to develop in those particular locations, being Caloundra and Nambour. And given the limited uptake to date, I'm of the opinion that the foregone revenue could be better utilised by council, especially given some of the consistent demands for funds across the organisation. So whilst, Nick, I know it's your last time presenting to council and I won't be supporting this, I just wanted to also acknowledge the stellar career that you've had with council, and you will be sorely missed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Babarowski has a question.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. May be an unfair question to ask you, Nick, but if I may, the financial arrangements around this policy, would you say, to some extent, referring to Councillor Cox's observations, are there any opportunity costs to the financial arrangements around this policy, regarding the foregone revenues, or does your experience tell you that there would be little or no impact or opportunity costs? Is that a reasonable question?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The foregone revenue, as we can see, isn't that large. There's a lot around the messaging, I think, and then the opportunity cost. I think that the positive message that goes with this is valuable for council's reputation. I realised that when I pulled the report together that you could see clearly that the uptake wasn't significant, but I think behind that sits the ability for a good, clear, positive message from council to the business community that where there's a need for some support, it's forthcoming. So I'm not sure how that might link fully to the opportunity cost side of the question, but I can't really attach that more so than that response, Councillor.
No, that's fine, Nick. I think it does answer it. I just wanted to make the point that I think it's, as you say, more complex than just a money allocation or a financial arrangement. It's really about signalling which areas, or would you agree that it's about signalling which areas you think need that support? Even in positive market conditions, you're still sending a very strong signal. And I think you've said you think that's important.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Babarowski. I'm going to go, there's no further speakers, I'm going to go back to Councillor Landsberg to close.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And look, thank you for all the comments that we've received today, and thank you to Councillor Cox as well for his opinion about not obviously achieving desired outcomes. But I think it's important to reflect on the ability to grow off this. We would look at, hopefully, and the comment was made previously in some presentations we've had in the last few weeks about an urban task force in our planning group to maybe deal with more of these applications to help them obviously look at these areas, as well as our Sunshine Coast investment scheme that is run through the economic development is an important part of trying to approach these or inquire and look at the opportunities for future businesses into our CBDs. And those much more important to actually touch on, is that what we're doing at Maroochydore City Centre must have a leverage to our other two major regional activity centres of Caloundra and Nambour. And we're working off a smart city approach for the Maroochydore City Centre. Caloundra has already been awarded a Smart City Award, and I'd like to think that the benefits that the sea cable, broadband in particular, bring into the Maroochydore City Centre can be shared across our other two major centres as well, because that, in terms of what we spoke about previously, in terms of data and technology, that's the future for our CBDs to grow and foster. So I'd like to, hopefully you all support it. Thank you. And also, sorry, just thank you, Nick. The only 2 years that I've been in council, you've had such a professional approach. Obviously, the advice and the presentation that you've been able to give me has been much appreciated, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Landsberg. Councillors, we'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour?
Looks like everyone except myself, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councillor Cox, for your meeting management. Record that, thank you. Motion's carried. Okay, so that gets us to item 813. I'm going to propose we take a 30-minute break now for lunch. So be back at 10 to 2, and we'll wrap up the final 2 items. Turn 150. Let me know when we're right to go, please.
Just waiting on a few councillors, Mr. Mayor. When you are, Mr. Mayor.
Ready to go. Okay, we'll get back to business. Councillors, thank you. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We're now up to item 8.13, the disposal of land at Maleny. And Aaron Lendon is going to give us a presentation. Thank you, Aaron.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. The purpose of this report is to seek authorisation to dispose of a parcel of land within Maleny and to acquire land within Maleny. Council owns land within the Maleny Community Precinct in Freehold, located at 15 Porters Lane, Maleny. The 2010 Council endorsed Maleny Community Precinct Master Plan has various zonings and precincts. Over the past 12 years, Council have developed and sold off the residential land within the master plan, but the remaining 2 low and medium density sites have been on hold. The intention of the master plan was the sale of the residential allotments would provide revenue for the precinct and assist in funding infrastructure. The particular area of land which I'm referring to is within the residential sub-precinct southwest. The general land area of this precinct is around 9,000 square metres and is currently zoned medium density, residential. This land forms part of the entire balance lot at present and is not a separate lot. The residential sub-precinct is constrained land as it is landlocked by the adjoining lot owned by Maleny Estates and is currently inaccessible through the Maleny Community Precinct due to the topography of the land, resulting in high costs associated with construction of a road and bridging of the wetlands. The land also has no current viable access to sewage or water. Services do exist but are through the adjoining land owned by the adjoining developer, Maleny Estates. Therefore, this is why we have not proposed off the land for sale via tender or auction. The adjoining landowner, Maleny Estates, approached Council some time ago to purchase the land located within the residential sub-precinct southwest, which on the screen is proposed Lot 1, which is 8,223 square metres, to incorporate within their land holding, which is directly to the west. Through these discussions, Council officers identified the opportunity to maintain a future second access point to the adjoining estate and to access services. To future-proof a secondary access into the Maleny Community Precinct and access to service from the west, it makes practical sense for Council to acquire a small portion of existing land within the Cloudwalk estate, adjoining land, which is proposed Lot 2, which is 1,360 square metres. The proposal can be achieved through a formal reconfiguration of a lot application for a boundary alignment. If Council decides to proceed, this will be at the expense and responsibility of the adjoining owner. Officers and Maleny Estates have obtained separate market valuations for each lot and have mutually agreed on values. If Council does decide to sell and acquire the lots, the following amounts have been agreed to. So for Lot 1, it's $850,000, which is above the valuation amount, and Lot 2, the agreed purchase amount is $130,000, which is at valuation. The transactions will not occur until an appropriate boundary alignment approval has been obtained by the adjoining owner. Therefore, this report seeks an exemption from Council to dispose of the subject property other than by tender or auction in accordance with the Local Government Regulation 2012, Section 236, subsection 1, which offers an exception where all or some of the consideration for the disposal is a consideration other than money. Section 236, subsection 2 provides that local government must decide by resolution that an exception applies. In this instance, the consideration other than money would be that Number one, that council has identified a need for an access point through Lot 2. Council does not require the land identified as surplus in forming the proposed Lot 1, and council could compulsorily acquire the land in proposed Lot 2. However, that would lead to more expense to council than offering the land swap contemplated in the current transaction. Therefore, the recommendation of this report is to dispose of Lot 1 and acquire Lot 2. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you, Aaron. Someone prepared to move the report?
Councillor Hungerford, prepared to move, and I'm prepared to second.
Sorry, who's seconder?
Myself.
Pete Cox, thank you. Would you like to open, Councillor Hungerford, please?
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as has been covered in the explanation given to us, and I'll just put it in a brief summary. To future-proof a secondary access into the Maleny Community Precinct and access to services from the west, it makes practical sense for Council to acquire a small proportion of existing land within the Cloudwalk Estate, which for the purpose of this report is identified as proposed Lot 2, as we had on the screen. Proposed Lot 2 will be amalgamated by way of a boundary realignment into Council's existing Lot 14, being the lot that forms the Maleny Community Precinct. If Council don't secure this now, the Cloudwalk Estates continue to develop up to the Maleny Community Precinct western boundary, then this opportunity will be lost. So it makes prudent sense for Council to take this action now so we have that access into the future and we don't lose it. So I put it to you as very sound future-looking proposal so that precinct is functional into the future.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for moving the motion, Councillor Hungerford. There's been a little bit of excitement in the local community about this, and it's all based on a total misunderstanding about the value of the block of land, etc. When there's statements out there that it's worth 1.7 million because you could get maybe 15 blocks and sell them at 500,000 each. The reality of the situation is you can't offer it to tender because it's not a separate parcel, and to have a separate parcel because it's part of the precinct, which is 120 hectares, and to have a separate parcel you have to provide dedicated access. To provide dedicated access through the precinct means that Parklands Drive, which is about 1 kilometre long, would have to be, it's an internal road, would have to be gazetted and upgraded, and then you'd have to extend that road through the wetlands and across a big gully to get to this parcel of land and put roads within it. And because it's in the town area, that parcel would require water, sewage and electricity. And getting water and sewage and electricity to it would be extremely difficult. The reason why, I know that it's been said that the developer approached council, but in actual fact, 10 years ago, Richard Hill, who was then the council's man that looked after the precinct and the early development of the precinct, Richard Hill actually suggested this sale to the property owner, who at that stage I don't think had done much of the development of Cloudwalk Estate. Cloudwalk Estate is extremely steep, and providing access to these parcels for a road through Cloudwalk Estate would be resisted very, very, very strongly by the people who live there, because the roads are narrow and they are so steep. And the only practical use of this little parcel of land, I mean, it is 8,000 square metres, which is 2 acres. and the only practical use of it is for it to be developed as part of the adjoining land where they want to build a retirement village. I don't doubt that the developer will get some beneficial improvement in value when he develops it all as part of a residential estate or a retirement estate. However, you know, it is not worth a heck of a lot of money because it doesn't have dedicated access. It doesn't have easily constructed water, sewage and electricity to it, other than if it's part of the adjoining estate. Now, if the council officers happen to have a copy of the overall map of the precinct there, you have it? Can you bring it up? I think it's shown as page 246 of the agenda. Right. Now, whoops. I'd like to bring it up in size again. Thanks. Bring it down. Yes, thank you. Now, on the right-hand side, just outside the precinct, is a parcel of land that comes off North Maleny Road and is bounded by Obi Lane, which council has recently upgraded to 7.5 metre bitumen access with a grass footpath all the way up it. That parcel of land is 21 acres. It could be subdivided and it's for sale for $3 million. So suggestions by some magical way that we could get 7 million or 1.7 million, I should say, for this block of land is just farcical. You can see Parklands Drive. If you look in the middle of the map, there's that square with a couple of houses in the middle of it, the green square. That's where the dedicated road finishes, and from there down is all undedicated road. It's an internal road. The original master plan in 2010 showed part of that area that's been proposed for disposal for residential use, and on the open land on the right-hand side, small parcel, that area was for community facilities, e.g. a swimming pool. However, test drilling proved that you couldn't build a swimming pool there. So it was moved over to the Maleny Sport and Recreation area. So I just think that the people who are objecting to this are a very small minority of the community. I've had quite a number of people tell me that it's the right thing to do, and I believe that we should sell it. My only thing is that I'd like to move an amendment to the motion, and that is clause D, which they have there. There we go. That in accordance with the intent of the Maleny Community Precinct Master Plan, the revenue from the disposal of Lot 1 on drawing such and such and forming part of a new lot be held in restricted cash for use for the provision of infrastructure within the Maleny Community Precinct. And that's as per what is required on page 66 of the master plan. This money would be used for, oh, by the way, the little parcel of land that we're purchasing isn't wide enough to put a road in. It's, at one section, it's quite narrow. So at best, all you can do is use it for a footpath, electricity, sewerage and water access, which we would then provide to, ultimately, to the swimming pool and hydrotherapy complexes that are being built there, and also to Barung Land Care. So if I can get a seconder for that motion, amendment.
Councillor Dixon's happy to second that.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon.
So I basically spoke to the amendment, but it makes sense. I'd ask the indulgence of my fellow councillors from the point of view that if the community are seeing this small parcel of land sold, that it is an expectation within the Maleny community that if it is sold, that money is guaranteed to be spent back on future infrastructure within precinct. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. I've got Councillor Natoli to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question. Obviously, with the Cloudwalk estate, that lot 2 that we're going to acquire to allow access to the community will benefit that estate tremendously, won't it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes it will. It essentially future-proofs that access, but in addition services as well.
So in terms of it being part of this deal, I just don't understand why we can't negotiate that it be part of the, rather than having to purchase that land, that it be part of the negotiated outcomes, that, you know, if there was the purchase of this land, that it would be conditioned that they would dedicate this other land, you know, to enable their estate to be able to have access to the community precinct.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, we still have to purchase the land. It's still in a separate lot, so we still need to do that transaction.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, can I add something to that? Councillor Natoli, are you querying why we couldn't get Maleny Estates to dedicate that land to us? Yeah. Look, the transaction has taken this long because that's what we tried to negotiate, and we weren't able to. But that's why the discussions have been going on with Maleny Estates for so long. So we definitely did try to negotiate that, but yeah, weren't able to.
So the question is, if
can I just before you go any further, Councillor Natoli, I think at this point we're dealing with the amendment.
Yep.
So if we can just, for the moment, let's talk about the amendment that's been put before us, and once we make a decision on that, it will then become the motion to be debated, and other relevant issues can be dealt with at that time. Did you want to continue, Councillor Natoli?
I've just got a question, Mr. Mayor.
Well, hold on a sec. I've got in line Councillor Babarowski.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, my apologies. Councillor Law to speak next, then Councillor Babarowski.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question. So, the long journey that this Maleny precinct has been on has a long history of there being arrangements that any sale of land will go towards, in some way or another, the advancement of the precinct. What is the reason that we need to have this put in restricted cash when previous resolutions clearly show and clearly state that this can be used for the Maleny precinct, and the precedent seems to be there?
Councillor Winston, do you want to respond to that?
It was suggested to me that by a council officer that this was the only way that we could guarantee that it would be available whenever we wanted it in the future. Because if it went into consolidated revenue and not into restricted cash with a caveat that it was to be spent on the precinct, then we'd have to fight the battle in the future to get funding, to get that funding back for that.
I think we have Mr. Pickersgill to answer.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So It's just the technicalities of how restricted cash work, Councillor. So although the master plan refers to any land sales being spent within the Maleny precinct, unless it's by council resolution and put into restricted cash, then it's not restricted to that purpose only. So when this question came up, in anticipation for this meeting, that was the resolution that was required in order for it to remain spent on that purpose specifically. So.
Okay, does everyone understand that?
There's a follow-up question, please, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Law.
Thank you. Do we have any other examples where this precedent has occurred?
Through the Chair, in terms of land sales only, there's only one other one, which is the STECF site, and the land is called, it's in Maroochydore. Deborah will tell me.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do have another resolution of council. It was for the sale of 2 Millwell Road to be used and put aside for the Sunshine Coast Exhibition and Convention Facility. Thank you.
So a final question for Councillor Winston then. Given that land sales on this side are around just over 2 million and council's contribution has been over 6.5 million, what are your concerns?
In my answer, I'll say my concerns are that the money will go into consolidated revenue, and then whenever we want to do some extra work, like put in access for electricity, water, pedestrian, sewerage, that we'll have to fight this fight all over again to try and get the funding for it. And that's just totally unacceptable from the community's point of view.
You're done, Councillor Law?
Thank you.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Babarosty.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is really testing my memory, so I'm hoping the officers will be able to help. Along the lines of Councillor Law, my memory was that we incurred a lot of upfront costs in purchasing the land or establishing the precinct. It's too many years ago for me to be precise, but and then the intention was for the land sales to help replace some of those funds expended up front. I may have got that wrong, but can the officers try and help understand whether that was the intent, and does this stay within that intent, or is really this an attempt to expand the overall resources available to the Maleny precinct, if that's making sense?
Can I just quote page 66 of the master plan? It says desired outcomes. The desired outcomes include provide residential land that may contribute funding for the overall development of the precinct. Doesn't say to defray the original costs.
But can we check with the officers whether that's the intent or not? Because I just have a doubt in my mind that this falls within the intent of the funding arrangements for this project many years ago.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can add something to that. It was in the original master plan that the intent of the residential allotments set aside in the precinct was to go towards sales to help pay for infrastructure within the precinct. There was also a later resolution as well that noted the upfront costs that had been put into the precinct at the time, and there was a resolution that noted that the sale of 2 particular rural residential lots would be sold off to recoup costs for those initial costs put back in. So, Councillor Babarosty, you might be recalling that other resolution that occurred.
Yeah, that makes some sense. So, from an officer point of view, this is a reasonable approach, because it does, I think, go somewhat contra to the general principle that we don't restrict funds that come in from sale of land to a specific area. I mean, we can do it by resolution, but generally as a principle, we don't.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. From an officer point of view, I guess that was the intent of the master plan, because they knew that the precinct would be expensive to develop, and so it was a way to recoup costs so that it didn't come out of general revenue. Yeah. So.
All right. So this is filling that intent.
Yes.
In your view.
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
Lovely. Thanks a lot.
Okay, Councillor Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just speaking to Councillor Johnston's amendment that he's put forward here, and in response to a question that Councillor Law raised, you know, I spoke out previously about the Brisbane Road car park where the balance sale of the land, the monies were supposed to go towards that car park loan repayments, and it never happened because it wasn't in the resolution. So for that reason, I will be supporting Councillor Winston's amendment to have the debate on the item in its entirety, and also in support of Councillor Winston's amendment. I know how difficult it is to get services connected to parkland areas for amenities, etc., and I feel that the amendment, should it proceed, would support further infrastructure in that precinct.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. I'll go to Councillor Cox.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't be supporting this amendment, predominantly on the fact that it does seem to be outside of our normal course of action with these types of matters. There's only been one sort of precedent that's been brought to our attention, and for it to be part of restricted cash, I'm not supportive of that. I'd prefer to see that go back into general, and as has already been outlined by Councillor Law, the costs associated with this so far have been far more money spent than has been gained in the revenue.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to support this already, but recalling that I did support Councillor O'Prey on a similar vein with the Millwall Road property, and Councillor Suarez has just reminded me that I also supported or still support the Brisbane Road car park funds for the balance land to go back towards the Brisbane Road car park site. So I'm going to be consistent with my voting pattern, and I'll be supporting this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor O'Prey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. As you might recall at agenda review, I was a little bit reluctant on this. I needed a lot more information, and I was pretty vocal on saying that it should go back into general revenue. But since looking at the earlier resolutions of council and hearing the debate and discussion today in regard to this amendment, I'm actually going to flip it. I'm going to support Councillor Winston on this because I think we need to be very careful and conscious of when we make these decisions now, that in the future, if the councillors of the future want to make sure that this is right, we need to be really, really clear. And I think that's kind of what we tried to do with the Millwall Road resolution that we put forward a couple of years back for the SCEC. So, Councillor Winston, I will support this today, even though I was a little reluctant at agenda review. I've got you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Prey. I've got Councillor Law.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I wish to speak to the amendment, and I need to make really clear that I can't support this amendment to hold the sales in restricted cash. I'm not comfortable with the precedent that sets, and it's contrary to all previous resolutions around the funding for this master plan precinct. And looking back through time, and with the numbers presented in the report, in the questions that I had, I think a record of 6.5 million ahead of 2 million in sales demonstrates over the years a strong commitment to the success of this precinct going ahead. And for anyone who's been up there and visited the precinct, it's a beautiful place available to the community of Maleny, in fact the community of the whole region. It's a great area. I'm not concerned that, or I am concerned that we're creating this precedent and we're creating a fund of, well, who gets to determine where that fund gets used in the future? And if I look at some of the matters that funds from this estate, from the sales of land in relation to this estate where they may have been directed and focused, it's left me a little concerned of some of the things that still appear to be on the books of council. For example, money's being distributed to a whole range of other community organisations throughout the Maleny area. For example, the Widder Sports Ground, the Maleny Show Society, and so on. And also there's a note on there that the funds initially would go back to repay the loans for the purchase of the land in the original position. And has that occurred yet? Or is that more generosity from the overall council budgets on an annual basis? So with seeing so much history there and so much support for the Maleny precinct, I cannot support the restricted cash notion of this amendment. However, I can clearly see through this report today and through previous resolutions of council, there is really clear and very strong funding support for the Maleny precinct as a result of sales here.
Thank you, Councillor Law. I've got a question from Councillor O'Prey.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor David makes a really good point there, and I am concerned about setting precedents. Can someone please explain to me why this report, it hasn't been brought forward that there has been an earlier motion that the funds will be collected and restricted, or not so much in restricted cash, but put aside for future projects for the Maleny precinct? Why has Councillor Johnson had to go ahead and make an amendment to this motion for this to actually happen? Shouldn't it have already happened?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as Councillor Cox previously stated, it's not really our general way of working in terms of land sales. It generally goes back into general revenue, and then the decision on where money is spent is done through the budget process in terms of the capital program. So the overall general way in which we work is to put it back into general revenue.
Okay, I may have missed it in the report though, Mr. Mayor. Is there a point in the report that says that the sale of the land, the revenue from the sale of the land has to get spent back into the Maleny precinct? Because if we've got former resolutions of council to say that, shouldn't that not have been in this resolution, or at the very least in the report that I might have missed?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so it's in the master plan. There's a section in the master plan that mentions it. Is it the master plan? Yeah. But as I said right at the start, the technicalities of how restricted cash work, it has to be in the council resolution in order for that to occur. So that's why the resolution is written as it is.
Yeah, even so, Mr. Mayor, I think that should have been brought to all of our attention, so we wouldn't have had to have gone through this much debate and discussion on this. I think it needed to be a lot clearer that the revenue from the sale of these properties can get spent back into the Maleny precinct, because I don't believe Councillor Johnson should have had to actually make this amendment. But anyway, I'll be supporting him anyway. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just take a moment to offer my view on it. I think we are on a bit of a slippery slope. I understand Winston's objective, and I can understand the community's desire to ensure that there is no uncertainty around this, but this will happen again in the future, and again and again and again, no doubt, as council may take opportunities to dispose of land, and divisional councils will feel inclined to say, well, that money really should be kept in restricted cash and only be spent in that division at some point in the future. Unfortunately, that's not how it works. I think you would understand that if you think about some of the things we've had to do. The instance in Maroochydore where a parcel of land had previously been set aside for an exhibition and convention facility, and that was then moved into the city centre. It was shifting it down the road, so to speak. But I do think we are on a slippery slope if we allow this amendment to go through, given that the undertaking already exists in the master plan. Will everybody feel the necessity to do this in the future to be assured that that money will be kept locked up for a point in the future? That would be my big concern. If there are no further speakers,
Councillor Law has another question, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Law, yes, thank you.
So just further to the comments from Jason on page 242 of the report under finance and resourcing, it says the sale proceeds received by council from the disposal of proposed lot 1 will be used to purchase proposed lot 2 and contribute to funding for the master plan.
Thank you.
All right, if there are no further speakers, I'm going to ask Councillor Winston to wrap up on his amendment and then we'll put it to the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in relation to what Councillor Law just said, that's in the body of the report, but if it's not in the resolution, it doesn't have much standing, does it? You know, we've got a master plan, and you know, that says where the money's supposed to go, we ignore it. And the comments that somebody made about it being a precedent, there have been other precedents, you know. So this is not the first time this has ever happened. And, you know, like Isaac gave 1 or 2 precedents. I think it was Deborah or one of the others gave another precedent. And it's just the community up here wants to be sure that that money is going to be spent in the same way as what the master plan says it should be. It's not going to be spent on any other facility other than the Maleny Community Precinct and providing services to the precinct. So I'd encourage and thank everybody who intends to vote in favour of the motion. And hopefully that you will support it.
Okay, thank you. Well, we'll put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour?
That's Councillor Landsberg, Natoli, Dixon, Suarez. I can see Winston, Jason and Rick. And those opposed, Councillor Cox, Councillor Hungerford and Councillor Law.
And Jamieson.
Oh, and Jamieson.
Yeah.
Okay,
thank you, Councillor.
The amendment's carried and that now becomes the motion.
Yep.
So I'll go back and give you, Winston, the first opportunity to speak.
Yep. Mr. Mayor, I think we outlined a fair bit of it. There has been suggestions that it could be used for social housing. It's an isolated block. It's not a block. It's an isolated section of 120 hectares. It has no access and it's not suitable to, you know, you'd have to put a constructed road to it, water and sewage and all the other things. And the cost of doing so would be just far more than what the block of land is possibly able to be sold for. And you know, like, people say, oh, we've got to have these cheaper blocks. I don't see anybody putting them on the market. And if we put them on the market and said, all right, we'll create a block of land and we'll sell it to you for $300,000 to build a low-cost house on, the market will quickly factor in that it's worth $500,000. So, you know, it's not going to help anybody. There should be other areas that are easily accessible to town, has got water and sewage, public transport or transport of some sort, and pedestrian walkways that would far better suit that particular situation. And for anybody to suggest that it's worth more than what the valuation is honestly, it's a pipe dream, because nobody else can buy it. And if we were to create a parcel for it and then sell it, or develop it, the cost of development of the services and the roads to it and within it would far exceed the actual value of the land that we could sell. And if we were to sell the land, we would have to sell it on the open market, on the auction market. So it wouldn't become necessarily for low-cost housing. It'd be sold to the market for whatever people are prepared to pay for it.
Okay, you're done, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Cox. Sorry, I'm just checking. Is Councillor Cox or Councillor Law next?
I think I am, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, good. That's fine. Carry on.
Thank you. Look, in reading the report, what's been proposed here today with the acquisition and then the disposal seems to be consistent with the intent of the precinct master plan, so I have no concerns with that. Obviously, as most of the councillors here today have probably experienced a little bit of email traffic from some of the Maleny sort of residents in the last couple of days after their sort of understanding of what was proposed. But I just wanted to make 2 points. That first of all, it is consistent with that precinct master plan, and also that there was talk about the sale price. And I know Councillor Johnston has spoken about the fact that it's isolated, it's got some real challenges with access, but I also just wanted to point out to the community of Maleny that the sale price that Council's achieved is actually above those valuation prices that have been undertaken in the last couple of months. So I see that as a bit of a win for our community of the Sunshine Coast. I also just wanted to point out that there was some talk about the, selling it to developers at mates rates and a few of those comments that I've seen coming in. I think the community's missing the point that there is significant cost to be borne by the developer to bring in that access infrastructure. And not only the access infrastructure, then you've got the utility services, and they don't come cheap, as we've already heard from Councillor Johnston. Then once they've provided access in the utilities, obviously there'll be the developer contributions per lot. So that all comes up and adds into quite a significant portion for the size. As we've heard, it's 8,000 square metres, thereabouts, 2 acres. So there isn't any real sacrifice from our council to selling it to the neighbouring property owner. I see this as being very sort of complementary, and I will be, even though I wasn't supportive of the inclusion of item D in the previous amendment, I will be supporting the report because I do believe the master plan needs to proceed, and I see this as a clear way forward, so I will be supporting it here.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a couple of questions to begin with. I believe that there may be a couple of other people who want to debate the item. My first question, Aaron, is just of the zoning of the parcel of land of Lot 1. What's the current zoning? Do you know?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, it's medium density.
Medium density?
Yes, yeah.
And when the valuation was undertaken for Lot 1, the process of valuing the block of land is its current state as is, not its future development potential.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so what was the valuation method that was undertaken is a project site-related valuation. So that essentially is a valuation method that contemplates a hypothetical development scenario. So in this case, and that was selected by the valuers because of the high level of infrastructure costs associated with developing the site. And obviously it's quite a complex valuation method, but essentially a subdivision, a 7-lot subdivision was contemplated for that site to derive the value, the residual land value.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on those two things, which the reason for my questions was born out of emails that had been sent to me on those two topics. So I just wanted to clarify that. I'll let the debate occur and reserve the right to speak to the motion if need be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Suarez. Councillor Hungerford.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I move this initially. I support the officer's report there. But in light of D now being the precedent, I have probably a similar situation coming up in Division 7 after the planning scheme amendments we passed last month. I'm wondering who I'll liaise with so I can have equivalent consideration when that one comes comes forward, because I will pursue that. So who do I liaise with on that one?
Maybe you start with the CEO. Well, for advice on that, but let's move on from here. Councillor Law.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have some questions, if I may, please. Through the report, there are comments made that just leave questions. So there's a high cost associated with constructing the road through the Maleny precinct. Thinking that the master plan must have been designed with the intent to provide access through the precinct to these parcels of land for development, what is the cost that is so, or can you tell me what is the cost of constructing the road?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we don't have an exact cost, but obviously there's a certain cost associated with building a bridge and a road up through the existing precinct and then gazetting that road. But to confirm, we don't have a cost to give you, a figure.
So following on with some of the costs, it's possible, well, in this situation we're recommending a land swap plus monies. It is possible to require a compulsory purchase of land to provide access and for utilities to another parcel of land. What would be the expense over and above the cost of land if we were to go through a compulsory purchase scenario? Would a compulsory purchase be justified in this situation?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll just revert that question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So council do have the power to compulsory acquire for access and roads. In terms of water and sewer services to a development site, I'd have to seek further legal advice whether we actually have the power to resume for that. But in addition to the land value, you'd also have disturbance costs, so legal fees and other disturbance costs that come with it, stamp duty and the like.
So for a parcel of land of this size and stamp and legal fees, etc. involved, what might be the additional cost above the cost of land?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it depends how difficult it is to negotiate, I guess, and how long, whether it goes to court or not, but it could be additional $20,000, $30,000 potentially. I think the other thing to remember too is though the topography of the site, like it's a difficult site to develop as well in terms of a lot of fill has to be brought into that site in order to develop. And so Maleny Estates would be cutting their site and bringing fill in from their site. For anyone else that went to develop this site, there's the high cost of fill that has to come in as well. So it's not just the access and services.
Okay, fair enough, but there's some, from my point of view, there are some very significant questions there that I'm being asked to make a decision on today, and I don't feel I've got enough information. I've got a whole bunch more questions, particularly about the intent from the master plan around affordable housing. Maleny is in dire need of affordable housing. I'd like a question to Councillor Winston. You say that it's remote and there's no access, and yet there is a footpath that is approximately 250 metres long along the Obi Creek that is currently formed and made up that would give any resident there, bearing in mind affordable low-cost housing, they may not want to use their car every day, less than a 300-metre walk, and you're in the heart of Maleny. How is that inaccessible?
If I could answer that question, I'm surprised that you asked that question when you're talking about accessible. You can't, just because you've got a footpath, right, subdivide a block of land. You've got to provide all the other infrastructure to it. You've got to have road access, right? And incidentally, that footpath is on the precinct, right? So it's not.
We've had a number.
It's not part of a gazetted road. It's on the footpath, which is part of the precinct.
So I was just noticing your argument that it's not accessible, therefore we shouldn't have affordable housing, and I don't agree. That's the point of my question. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just given the number of questions that I have on this report and resolution before council, given the absolute dire and urgent need for genuinely affordable housing, not only in Maleny but everywhere, I'd like to move a procedural motion that we defer this for maybe 2 months so that we can actually get the answers to these questions, so that we can actually make a very well understood decision, because for me there's simply not enough information in this report to make a valid decision. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Is there anyone prepared to second Councillor Law's procedural motion?
Councillor Natoli has his hand up, Mr. Mayor.
You happy to?
He's happy to
second it, Natoli?
If that's enough time for the officers to actually, sorry, I'm happy with 2 months if that's enough time for the staff team to provide the gaps in the report that I see.
So we got confirmation that Councillor Natoli is seconding?
Correct.
Do you want to provide any more information on your procedural motion, Councillor Law?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I've probably made some of the key points. There is simply not enough information for my satisfaction in this report, with all due respect to the team coming here, that we just haven't got enough information. So, for example, if there was a compulsory purchase of the land and all of the resource, the utilities were provided, what would become the actual value of that land with its zoning for medium density residential? What would become the value then? We've provided the access, it's no longer landlocked. We've got outstanding active transport connections for people who would want affordable housing in Maleny. Medium density, that suggests townhouses and all sorts of things. And we're potentially at risk of not getting the best outcome for Maleny. The master plan was produced in 2010, so at best the last community conversation about this was happening in 2008-9. We're 15 years on from there. Maleny and the whole Sunshine Coast is a very, very different place and experience than it was in 2008. And I think it would be helpful to have, not full consultation, but to at least garner some up-to-date current thinking of the local community in Maleny, to understand what is the current needs here. And I want to make it clear, I'm not saying that this shouldn't happen, I just say we haven't got enough information to make a good, sensible decision to get the best outcome for the community of Maleny. That's why I would like us to put this on hold for 2 months. I seek your support to do that so that we can get really good information and make a far better decision than the one we're at risk of making today. Thank you very much, and I hope that we can have some support for that, and then we can make really good decisions. As Councillor Ted has told us through today, this council makes good decisions. I'm really concerned that this isn't going to be one of them if we continue today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Law. I believe I'm up to Councillor Natoli.
Yeah, I certainly support Councillor Law. I think we do need to go back to the community and just test how the community feels about this and make sure the community actually has all this information. I mean, it's okay for us in this forum to be able to be given this information, but as we've seen, there has been a reaction from the community there, and it's been a reaction that isn't necessarily in keeping with what the local councillor has said. So I'd like to be able to test that and see if the councillor Winston is correct, that there's a lot of support for his position, then that would come through that process as well. My question was more about the process and the timing. I heard the other day that if we don't proceed now, we'll never get legal access to this property. The question is, can we resume land to be able to gain access, especially if we were to gain access to the Pepperberry Drive, and allow the development to continue to happen and come to the boundary, so that at least in years to come, the connection of water, sewage and other infrastructure will be a lot cheaper and easier. And it gives us time then to be able to work through whether there are other options, like then council can consider the possibility of whether it wants to keep the land for social housing or any other possibilities. But I think at this stage to push through with this without giving ourselves additional options and looking at strategies that might mean that it might take time, but it might be beneficial for us as a local government that we think long term rather than short term. And once we sell this land, that's it. We're done with it. And the community, I don't know. I've had a number of emails, I've had a number of conversations, but I know that there are only a select group that have made, in a very short period of time, an attempt to contact me. But I'm sure that there's probably more out there, and I think we should give the community the opportunity to voice their thoughts directly to us. So I hope that we can get this laid on the table for a few months, give us the opportunity to have a look at that strategy and have a look at what Councillor Law has put forward.
Through you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you.
Can I just add something to that, just so everyone's aware that Council's letter of offer that's been signed up with Maleny Estates was subject to Council reaching a resolution at today's meeting. So if a deferral happens, we'll have to renegotiate again, potentially.
I was going to ask you that, Kim, so thanks for providing that information. I'll go to Councillor O'Prey.
Yeah, same, Mr Mayor. That was the first thing on my mind, is time restrictiveness. Thank you for that information. My question is, another question, I've got two, in regard to procedural motions and asking for a time delay of approximately 2 months on this. Does that mean that we are doing the time delay on the amended motion, or do we fall back to the original officer's recommendation? I just need clarity on that, firstly.
Through you, Mr Mayor, it's on the live motion, so the amendment that Councillor Johnston made is the live motion, and that's what's being deferred.
All right, now with that said, my question is through to Councillor Johnston. I'm really interested to know what your thoughts are here on the procedural motion and the request for a 2-month delay.
Yeah, I just think we're deferring the matter for. I understand that a couple of councillors may not have sufficient, in their opinion, sufficient information, but the reality of the situation is that there was a campaign by a couple of individuals where they circulated the email addresses of all of the councillors and the phone numbers and asked them to lobby. It's the same people who were anti the establishment of the precinct in the first place, the same people who were anti the golf club. They were anti the sports and rec club, and that want a park down in this area on the precinct. You know, you've got to belong. You have to belong to the Maleny community to understand how it operates. And the reality of the situation is,
Mr.
that,
Mayor,
you know, we could lose the opportunity.
Councillor Johnson, but Councillor Law is bringing up a point of order.
Sorry for interrupting. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Sorry, I'm not happy with the assumptions being made by Councillor Winston in why I arrived at my decisions today. I've actually been working on this very hard on the 2 weeks since I got this report, and I have accessed previous resolutions going back to 2010 and 2007, and I actually feel you should withdraw your comments that I'm responding to a couple of emails that may or may not have been sent to me.
You totally misunderstood what I said. I said I could understand that some of the councillors may feel they know further information. I then went on to address the rest of the councillors, not you, councillor.
Mayor, you just need to rule on the point of order.
Well, look, I think it's easy to be confused on matters like this. I'm not sure that Councillor Winston was doing anything more than trying to present the division. So I don't intend to sustain the from Councillor Law.
Let me make it easy for you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Winston, I'll reframe my question. Yes or no, would you like to see it delayed for 2 months?
No.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to Councillor Cox.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. just in relation to the live motion in front of us, I won't be supporting the deferral for 2 months, purely on the fact that I'm comfortable with what the report said. The report has actually referenced negotiations with this party for several years, and I feel that we need to not give any further confusion to that particular party, and we want certainty, they want certainty, and I think overall the community needs certainty, so with the intent of the master plan.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Sorry, let me just get updated on. The next speaker is Councillor Dixon.
No, he's withdrawn. Councillor Suarez.
Okay, Councillor Suarez.
Mr. Mayor, just a couple of questions for the team. I don't recall us doing community consultation when we sold the land on Brisbane Road that had the Unity Water infrastructure on it, or Energex infrastructure on it. Is it normal practice to do community consultation when we are selling council land?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, it's not normal.
Okay, thank you. Also, I'm just wondering about this deferral as well, and what's being asked of you guys for the next 2 months, the scope of what's being suggested. I commend Councillor Law for continually campaigning for affordable housing and to address the homelessness situation here on the Sunshine Coast. However, is that outside the scope of what we would be, what this actual intention of this land is? You'd have to find someone who would be willing to provide affordable housing, get the guarantees that it would be used for that purpose. Would that be what you would have to do in the next 2 months?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct. We'd also have to go get engineers involved to price the road in as well. So, yeah, it would take longer than 2 months if we were really looking to canvass affordable housing and the different options that are out there.
Okay, thank you. That's all that I have in terms of questions, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, any further speakers to Councillor Law's motion? All right, if there are no further speakers, I'm going to go back to you, Councillor Law, to give us a wrap-up before we put that to the vote.
No need, Mr. Mayor.
No need, okay. Those in favour of the deferral, put your hands up, please.
Councillor Natoli, Councillor Law, I can't see any others.
Those opposed?
So the remaining councillors, Landsberg, Dixon, Hungerford, Suarez, Cox, Jamieson, Johnston, O'Prey and Babarowski.
So the deferral is defeated. We go back to the original, or back to the amended motion of Councillor Johnston.
I closed, Mr. Mayor. I had previously closed, and so it would be just put the motion put now, I would have thought.
Can I just double check that with Megan or Victoria, that was the position we were at? Because if Councillor had closed, we wouldn't have moved on to the deferral. That's
through you, Mr. Mayor. We can open further debate.
Well, I wasn't necessarily wanting to go there either, but are you sure you closed, Councillor Johnston?
I was under the impression I had.
Because if you had it closed, then I wouldn't have. We would have taken the vote. But anyway,
I think I was in the process of closing.
Okay. Well, let's just to ensure that everyone's had a say on the matter. Are there any further speakers to the motion before you?
Mr. Mayor, I understand Councillor Law has got some further questions.
Councillor Law.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry for the my contribution to the confusion there. My understanding was I was partway through some questions and was not really getting answers, so I put the procedural motion. So just final question, really. The precinct that's known as the West, rather than Southwest, what becomes of that as a result of this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it just remains as is and is still low density residential. Does that answer your question?
Okay. And so does it become accessible via, assuming that this goes forward today, that there is a road and utilities are constructed, there's a road constructed, does that then allow enough capacity to then be able to develop the West precinct, sub-precinct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. So future-proofing this access with this deal that's before us today, yes, we can then potentially bridge to the north to that precinct to provide access. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I would reserve the right to speak later, but clearly I have huge concerns over this, notwithstanding the need for affordable housing in Maleny.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Any further speakers? If you are going to have something more to say, Councillor, I think now's the time.
I think Councillor Suarez, Mr. Mayor, wants to address.
Okay, go Councillor Suarez.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I have another question. Should today's motion go through and be approved by Council, what is the process going forward for Cloudland in terms of wanting to develop that site? Do they have to put in a development application specific for that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, they will have to submit a material change of use or a reconfiguration of a lot for that site once it's amalgamated. For the boundary realignment, yes, they also have to submit a reconfiguration of a lot for that.
And would that be impact or code accessible?
Generally, boundary alignment will be code accessible if it meets the code. So on this deal, it appears to be code accessible.
That's the boundary realignment.
Correct.
And then to develop that lot, the application, would that be impact or code accessible?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have no information on that. What scheme is proposed for that?
I suppose it depends on what they lodge.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're done, Councillor Suarez?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Law?
Thank you. Just, I'll be brief. I'll speak to the motion. I'm concerned that we are not getting the best outcome for the community, and I don't feel that I will be able to continue and actually support the recommendation that's in front of us now, because I'm concerned that we could get a better deal, and that we haven't quite worked this one hard enough to get the best deal in terms of affordable housing, particularly in Maleny, where this is one of almost the premium areas in cost of housing. If you're a young family and you want to get started, Maleny's not going to be the place that you choose, probably along with most places on the Blackall Range. I'm worried that we're losing an opportunity for affordable housing, for other creative housing options, because I feel that, to me, from what I've seen of this report, I recognise there's been a lot of history, but it feels a bit rushed at this point in the story. Now, for example, if we don't decide today, then we might lose the agreement with the offer of purchasing what we've got at the moment. So I'm very torn on this due to the need of housing, but I do believe Maleny, from what I see at the moment, there's a better deal out there if we had the time to get to it. So today, I can't support this. I think everyone's heard my concerns and the reasons for that, and we'll see how we go. But I can't support this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Law. If there are no further speakers, I'm going to go to...
Mr. Mayor, I've got a question.
Councillor Cox.
Just a question through to maybe the officers, just to make it absolutely clear. We're actually talking in this motion about the acquisition and disposal of property. We're not actually preempting what the developer will do with that site, because that will happen at a development application stage into the future. Am I correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, you are correct. We have this doesn't deal with anything in the future of that adjoining lot, or as it is at the moment.
Okay, you're done, Councillor Cox? Yep. If there are no further speakers, I'm going to go to Councillor Johnston to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, councillors. I fully recognise the need for everybody to understand the issue. I've had nothing to do with the developer whatsoever. The council officers had dealt with this matter, and when they came to me to discuss it, they asked me what I thought, and I said, well, we'll put it to the council, but in view of what it says in the master plan, I'd like to see this clause at the bottom in relation to the money being preserved. And I believe that the finance department suggested that that clause shouldn't be in there, and so consequently I put that clause there. So I'd encourage councillors to support the resolution in its current form, and thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillors, we'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand.
We have Councillor Landsberg, Dixon, Hungerford, Suarez, Cox, Jamieson, Johnston, O'Prey and Babarowski. Those opposed? Councillor Natoli, Councillor Law.
Okay, the motion's carried. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, can I just say I have to leave the meeting now. I'm sorry, I have other commitments with the Maleny show. So,
okay, thank you, Councillor Johnston. Thanks,
everybody.
Councillors, we're moving on now to, there are no notices of motion, we're moving on to petitions. The first petition, item 10.1, from Councillor Natoli.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a petition with 1,039 signatures, and I'll read the prayer. It says, "We, the undersigned, respectfully petition the Sunshine Coast Council does not move the loo with the view and observation decks from its current location. Council does not demolish the loo with the view and observation decks, that it renovates and refurbishes the current loo with the view building and amenities in its existing position."
Councillor Dixon's happy to second that.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon.
We vote on the acceptance?
Yep. All those in favour?
I can't see Councillor Babarowski and O'Prey, yep. So that's all hands in the air.
Okay. Thank you. The next one is item 10.3, Councillor Suarez.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I have a petition which has 50 signatures, and it's referring to activity that's happening at a rural property on Toolborough Road, motocross activity which is causing nuisance to surrounding residents. I was only aware of this issue Friday last week, and since that time council staff have been investigating the matter, but I will pass this petition on to the CEO for further consideration.
Councillor
Hungerford's happy to second.
Hungerford, thank you. All those in favour?
Councillor Babarowski, yep. All hands are in the air.
Yep. Thank you, that's carried unanimously. And the fourth item is with Councillor Law.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I have a petition from the residents of Hidden Valley Road, North Arm. The petition reads as follows: "We, the residents and ratepayers of Hidden Valley Road, North Arm, strongly appeal to the Sunshine Coast Council to prioritise the sealing of our road. Please find our concerns listed below. Major increased traffic and a change in the demographics of our community makes the fundamental design of Hidden Valley Road in its current form unsafe for commuters, cyclists and pedestrians. 2, a series of blind corners and 3 deep unguarded creek crossings, 2 of which are directly on blind corners. 3, the first corner gets so badly corrugated the inside lane is unusable, even 2 weeks after being graded. Halfigure Road is directly opposite this hazardous corner. 4, a blind crest 1.5 metres along the road is an extremely dangerous section. Parthera Road and 5 private driveways enter within 30 metres either side of this crest. 5, approximately 28 children under the age of 16 are residents of Hidden Valley Road, which is only 0.7 kilometres from the North Arm School. The opportunity to cycle or walk to school is non-existent due to the road safety concerns. Many heavy vehicles are the cause of near misses. Number 7, dust is also a big health issue with the close proximity of some houses to the road. And number 8, many near misses have been witnessed involving cars, trucks, motorbikes, cyclists and pedestrians. An example of being cars ending up in the deep unguarded creeks. In summary, we fear for the safety of our local community, especially the children. And the petition is signed by 66 people, and there are 6 pages here. It probably represents most of the community who live along this road. I'd like to present the petition to the CEO, please.
Thank you, Councillor Law. We have a seconder, please.
Councillor Natoli's happy to second that one.
Thank you, Councillor. All those in favour, show your hand.
All hands are raised, Mr. Mayor.
That's unanimous. Thank you. Councillors, before we move into confidential session, do any of you wish to declare any personal interest in relation to the items to be discussed? If this is the case, you'll also be required to declare any personal interest when Council resumes open session to make decisions for this item. In relation to item 11.1, the Chief Executive Officer advises that the report contains confidential information which should be considered and discussed in a closed session of the Council meeting in accordance with section 254J(3)(G) of the Local Government Regulation 2012, as the reports contain information relating to negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. For these reasons, it's been recommended that Council close the meeting under section 254J(3)(G) of the Local Government Regulation 2012 to consider and discuss the information in these reports. Noting, of course, that Council's decision on this agenda item will be made during open session, which will be viewable by the public. Councillors, is someone prepared to move that we close the meeting to discuss the agenda item?
Councillor Lansberg, seconded by Councillor Dixon.
Thank you, councillors. All those in favour?
All hands in the air.
And we've noted that Councillor Johnson's no longer with us. Well, I'll recommit that has left the meeting. officer recommendation. We've got a mover in Councillor Hungerford.
We just need to wait, Mr Mayor, until the live stream kicks in. Actually, no,
Okay,
we're good. We're good to go.
Okay. So, councillors, we have an officer recommendation, which has been moved by Councillor Hungerford and seconded by Councillor O'Bray. Would you like to speak to the motion or the recommendation, Councillor Hungerford?
Through you, Mr Mayor. It is confidential session, so I realise I cannot go into too much detail, but I'm quite happy to move this. It's an ongoing project. There's been several milestones to come yet, but I'll point to item E in the recommendation. This authorises the Chief Executive Officer to release the subject of matters canvassed in this report at the appropriate time, when the release of that information would no longer adversely impact on the commercial interests of other parties and or the interests of council. And I look forward to that because this is very exciting. But I'm happy to move this today and I look forward to the progression of this and the workshops and at that point when we can share it with the community, because I'm quite excited and I'm sure the community will be as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers? Okay, we'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour?
We have all hands in the air except Councillor Babarowski.
Okay, so that's a majority decision. So that motion is carried. Councillors, that brings us to the end of what's been a fairly long day, a lot of material to be covered, and a little bit of an unusual or different meeting given the various absences and reliance on telecommunications. But I do believe we've successfully accomplished our business. I thank everybody for their input, and I appreciate your individual efforts and our efforts as a team. And at 4:45, I officially close the meeting.